is me too. I said my name all the time and my last name. I don't say my last name now when I'm being recorded, just out of respect for the group conscience out of the General Service Office about conferences and conventions and things that are recorded. Um, Obviously, technology today, whether I want it to get it on YouTube or not, it's up there. Or people are even better at now making snippets. If they don't like something I said at minute 47, they just snip out minute 35 to minute 40 because it meets what they're trying to get across. So they get rid of maybe what I finished up that might not go along with their argument. But my name, and I try to be respectful. It's not that I don't believe that Dr. Bob made clear in Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers that being too anonymous is worse than being anonymous. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And we're going to get into that, talking about really what Tradition 11 is. So a couple of things to start off. My sobriety date's January the 5th of 1990. My home group is the Tell It Like It Is group. We meet on Fridays and Monday mornings at 9 a.m. in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. And I am not here to swear anybody in to be the Traditions Police, the AA Police. I'm not here to send you to go drive people crazy for the next couple of weeks or anything like that. I assure that. In fact, I say all the time that one of the problems with the traditions, and probably one of the problems with the entire service structure, if I'm honest, is that too often the behavior used to correct the so-called traditions problem is 100 times worse than the situation they're trying to correct. And why would someone even listen to someone who is talking to someone in that manner? It's just not going to get somebody. My experience with the traditions is that if you don't embrace them personally, neither anyone else. You can enforce it all you want. It's no different than the big book. There's probably a lot of people here. There's probably a couple of people here who came to AA once and never, left. Great. You're the minority for sure. For the rest of us, we might have been here a time or two before we stayed. And outside in the parking lot, which I consider AA parking lots more spiritual than AA rooms. That's my experience. If anyone knows me during the pandemic, and some young kid, I don't know how he caught on to it, but he did. But I signed in at 8:59 and 58 seconds to this Zoom meeting that I was speaking at. And as I was signing on, just as I connected, I heard somebody say, "Is the speaker here?" And then this kid chimed up out of nowhere saying, "He never comes early. He hates the before Zoom meeting discussions." And he was right. Because I don't want to hear about whether you love the vaccine or hate the vaccine. I don't want to hear about whether you love masks or hate masks. I consider that time in Zoom, if I turned into an AA meeting, I consider that before the preamble is read to be no different than being in the parking lot. And in the parking lot is an important place to practice the traditions as much as it is. And unfortunately, the traditions get a bad rap. Because if you did meet somebody outside in the parking lot who's been in and out of AA forever, and they told you maybe they've been in and out 3-5 years, and you took the time and said, "What's that look like? Tell me about your last 3 to 5 years." And you know how they are. They take a lot of time and have a lot to say. But when you dissect, all they had to say is they haven't been in AA. They said a lot for the last 20 minutes, but you know yourself that what they described is not what you consider AA. They've never had a home group. Maybe somebody convinced them that we're a meeting-based society and not a home group-based society. They've never cracked open a big book. They've never read the literature. They've never done any of that. And I think any of us here would say the same thing to any new person like that without judging, which is, hey, I can only show you what I have. If you'd like to do what I do, great. If you don't, that's your choice too. I always say in AA, keep us a lot safer if we realize there's two kinds of business: my business and none of my business. For most people in AA, the big problem is we seem to put wrong things in the wrong bucket. I tend to put what's none of my business in the my business bucket. I tend to put what's the my business bucket. I tend to shirk responsibility, and I have not my business in there. And how you stay sober, get sober, whatever you do is absolutely none of my business until you ask my help. Then you've invited me to share my business with you. And I don't think any of us would come down on anyone who said, hey, maybe you should come to my home group, get a home group. I could meet you, and we could start reading through some literature. Maybe I could do what working with others actually tells me to do, which is I'm supposed to be convinced you're a real alcoholic before I move on. Like, there's so much bad information out there about we don't diagnose people. Yeah, we don't diagnose people. But in working with others, it's pretty clear. Are you convinced your prospect is an alcoholic? But the reason I say that is nobody would come down on anyone for sharing our program of recovery with someone who it's never been shared with. In fact, we would want to do that. Why do people come down on people who want to share experience with the traditions? Now, I know one or two people were here when I was at Founders Day a couple of weeks ago. And, I really mean it when I say it that, and I'll talk about a little bit of the history, but I do not believe, and let me make a disclaimer to the disclaimer. I don't care what God you believe in, and I don't care if you don't believe in God. Welcome, everyone. But I do not believe for a second that God decided to destroy the Washingtonians, or God decided to destroy the Oxford groups. I don't believe that we are the so-called chosen people. I don't buy into any kind of rhetoric that there's earth people and us, and we're some kind of special spiritual being that has risen to a level that I don't buy any of that. I buy that I'm naturally attracted to the worst people in the world out there. That's what I buy. I naturally, if it's a baseball game, I'm going to sit with the people that behave the worst. If it's a concert, I'm going to sit with the people that behave the worst. It's just who I am. But there are really good people out there, really good, solid people. So I don't believe that someone made a decision, especially God, to destroy those other organizations. If you read into the history, it's self-will that destroyed them. It's completely ego that destroyed them. And, our traditions, I'm guessing I'm not the only one here who's been to like a weekend big book retreat. Like, are there a couple other people here who've been to a weekend big book retreat? Yeah, of course. And, like my home group used to meet on Sunday nights, which, if you have a lot of members who go to weekend big book retreats, Sunday night's a bad night to meet because they come to your meeting straight from that retreat. So they are like floating on some elevated crowd of spirituality that they've never been on before, and they have lots to share with everyone. But when you go to a big book retreat and you get really excited about the big book, it's easy sometimes to misinterpret some of the things that maybe you heard that weekend for your own purpose. It's almost like anything that happened after April of 1939 when that book was published is bad. It's not exactly the same way as the day that book was published. It's not okay. So don't watch TV. Don't do anything like that. But it's easy to hear things like, I want the program the first 100 had. I've heard that in numerous meetings. Well, that's a dangerous statement. Which one of the first 100? You want one of the programs of one of the first 100 who is like story was published in the big book, who stayed permanently sober? That, I guess, would be good. But what about any of the first 100 that died of alcoholism? Do you want that? It's easy to become really, people love to use the forward to the second edition to kind of scare people that AA is on a slippery slope and is going to go away because of the percentages that are there. You know, and if you're familiar with the forward to the second edition of the big book, you know, it says, you know, 50% of the people who came, and then it goes percentage. But they never read the other words of those who really tried. Those are not the percentages of everyone who came to AA. Those are the percentages of those who really tried. In 1965, for the last time, Bill W. and Bernard Smith, I use his last name because he was a non-alcoholic chairman of the board. But for the last time, those two men were on a podium in Toronto, Canada. And the International was there that year. And Bill W. gave the real numbers, not of those who really tried, but of those who came to AA. And half left. And what I find fascinating about Bill's talk is he did not focus on how good a job we're doing for the half that stayed. He didn't have any cute or sarcastic or condescending comments about the people who left. Nothing about alcohol will scare them back in. Nothing about, you know, they don't want to conform. No, Bill's message in Toronto was, what can we do better? What could have we done better to keep the newcomer who's dying from alcoholism here? Now, that can be a tough question sometimes. And, you know, what I want to share with you this morning is the other thing about the traditions that we never talk about. Oftentimes with a newcomer, and you can judge it the next time you meet somebody new, oftentimes we're talking about the traditions long before the steps. We just don't use the word tradition. We don't just say we have 12 traditions, but oftentimes early newcomer questions are much more focused around our traditions than they are our steps. How many people have stood in the parking lot and wanted to know about God? Do you have to believe in God? Do you have to believe in the same God of the building that we're meeting in, that I'm meeting in right now? How many times do people have questions about money? Where does the money go? Who gets the money? How do I get in on getting a cut of the money? There's all kinds of money questions, but people have money questions. And then there's this podium and the chairperson or the secretary or who's ever up front. Who's in charge? Everybody wants to know who's in charge. Do I have to believe in God? Where's the money go? Those are all traditions questions. Those are all kind of common conversations that we have with new people that we never really think are really right out of the 12 and 12. So going back to the Big Book retreat, AA was not in good shape in the 40s. It was surviving. It was not thriving right after 1939. And I can't go into all the history details, but I'll tell you what I think will be useful for the rest of the day. 1939, that book sat in a warehouse, the ones they printed. The stock was worthless. It was really not until Jack Alexander wrote that article in the Saturday Evening Post that AA kind of really lit up and went on fire. And if you're not aware, I'll just share a little bit of that history with you. The reason that it had so much credit is that Jack Alexander was an investigative reporter. His job was to expose shams, organizations that took people for money, organizations that, I mean, I know I'm dating myself now, but there used to be a show called Little House on the Prairie that I hated and my sister loved, okay? And we only had one TV, and that was her night. But you know, like every good Western, It showed the guy who comes into town with the big square kind of wooden paneled box behind him, pulled by two horses, with the sign on the side of it saying some kind of magic elixir. He came into town to sell people something that would cure everybody's problems. Whatever problem you had, this magic elixir would take care of it. Jack Alexander spent a lot of his life exposing organizations like that. He came to AA with the assignment to expose AA. Jack Alexander actually served as a trustee on the General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous. A lot of people do not know that. He later on went on to serve as a trustee. But his article about how AA being basically for fun and for free with no profit motive really caught the attention of society. And so the letters started coming in. And I say letters because at that time, there was not enough people. GSO's number was unlisted. People don't know that either. It was a long time before our number was listed in the phone book. We just didn't have the people to answer the phones. But letters were coming in left, right, and center. There's a great book that recently came out. I'm trying to think of the name of it, but it's about Bobby B. A lot of people don't realize Bobby B. You know, if you see Christmas letters from Bill W. and Lois in the 40s, you'll always see them signed Ever Yours or Love Always, Bill, Lois, and Bobby. And Bobby B kept that office running while Bill was very distracted during the 40s and having some of his own challenges. But we kind of wrote her out of history. And I'm so glad that Gary from the Atlanta area recently wrote a book. I forget what they call her, what the name of the book is. I'll look it up and I'll tell you at the next break. But Bobby kept AA going. If you look at letters that went west of the Mississippi, or if you look at letters that went to other countries like Ireland and Australia and other places, it was Bobby that helped send out the AA message. Now, what Bill started to get worried about during that time is the shape of AA. Because you have to remember, and I try to explain this to people, in 1945, if you had 6 years, that's like having 80 today. Like if you were in your group in whatever little remote outpost of America or Canada and you had 6 years, you were the old timer. You were like what we would consider today somebody who was even in the Oxford group before they were in AA if they were still alive. But there were problems. Bill actually said on a speaker tape in the 50s that one of the reasons that led him to realize we needed the traditions was that, you know, and I'm not here to interpret the steps for anybody here, not my job. I think a lot of us could argue that the 12th step has basically 3 parts. Having had a spiritual experience, carrying this message to alcoholics who need help, and practicing these principles. It's kind of like a 3-parter. But Bill said in a tape and a talk in the 1950s that one of the places he noticed that people were not practicing these principles in all their affairs was the very organization that saved their life, the very spiritual society that brought them sobriety. And so sometimes we talk about, like, since 1939, April, that it's been a yellow brick road of no problems and everything's okay. And that is simply not the case. Because imagine you had 6 years in 1945, and imagine you made all the rules for your group. You decided what time they meet. You decided the format of the meeting. You probably spoke whenever you wanted to. You made the rules on what new people are able to show up. You made the rules on membership. Think how much you would have loved that some guy in New York just decided that he was going to put these 12 traditions out there that, although people say are not rules, could be interpreted, and a lot of them going against what the person with 6 years, which is equal to 80 years today, was telling everybody. There's great letters in our archives. people who wrote Bill W. letters. That's the other thing. Let me share that. I've held a few service positions, and sometimes in service, people, it's very easy to act better than. It's very easy to get mad at the person who's always asking questions. It's very easy to get mad just because somebody asked a question. And just in case you've never heard it before, I'll just share it with you. If you're a baseball fan in here, you probably know that there is one record in baseball that's going to be hard to break. Nolan Ryan's no-hitter record may be unbreakable. Humanly possible, but we'll see. Well, the record in AA that's unbreakable is who has wrote the most complaint letters to the General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous. That belongs to our very own co-founder, Bill W. If you saw how many letters he wrote the trustees between like 1955 and 1967, it's through the roof. Bill had thoughts about everything. He fought with them about the employee pension system in 1961. He fought with them believing that the board should go majority alcoholic instead of majority non-alcoholic. It took him until 1966 to get that done. But, we should give the people who ask questions the benefit of the doubt. The person who's being asked a question should take the higher road, and we should encourage people to ask questions. And inside those archives of those letters were also 2 letters from the same city, which I will not disclose. But they came in relatively a couple of weeks from each other. And the first letter just said, "Dear Bill, we're on fire with AA in our little local community here. Our group is on fire. We're working with the police. We're dropping, information off at the courts. We're bringing a meeting into the local detox. AA is going great here, except for this one group across the street. We have no idea what they're doing over there. We have no idea how anyone stays sober there. But wanted to let you know we're doing great." And then what happens a couple of weeks later? Bill gets another letter. You could basically paraphrase that letter into, "Dear Bill, our group is doing great. We have lots of newcomers. The police are dropping drunks off at our door. We're going to the courts and the detoxes. The only problem we have is this group across the street." I could take you to Manhattan, which is a pretty big place. I could take you to one meeting at 65th and Park, and I could take you to another meeting down in the Village at 10th and University. And I could tell you at one of those meetings, if you dared close the meeting with the Serenity Prayer instead of the Lord's Prayer, you'd have a riot. And if you went to the other meeting and dared close that meeting with the Lord's Prayer instead of the Serenity Prayer, you would have a riot. But there are certain things, and I'll explain that in the 4th tradition, that were made to make AA local. But the traditions were needed. It's what's kept us here today. Without the traditions, there is no way that we would have survived this long. It would have been impossible. I tell people all the time, because I get asked the question, what's it like, to be a delegate? And then I get the question, what's it like to be a trustee? What's it like to be the chair of the AA World Services Board? And, I have a easy joking answer. I say all the time, being chair of the AA World Services Board, some days you wake up, that's the greatest assignment in the world. You can't believe that God has blessed you with such a great assignment. Other days you wake up and you feel like the point of that upside down triangle is embedded 3 inches into your head, and you need a bottle of aspirin because you see the good and the bad, and no different than if you're a district chair or an area chair. Those things happen. But, when I share my experience about being a trustee, particularly, a member of the AA World Services Board, like, it doesn't matter how great a business person you are. It doesn't matter how great whatever you are in your regular life. you know, when you get to that board, before we get to dollars and cents, before we get to, is this a good business decision? It has to pass the test of, is it within our 12 traditions? That's always the first test. We don't need to get to part B. It might be a good moneymaker. It might make good business decision, but if it doesn't fit within the 12 principles of those traditions, we don't even get to that question. That's really what I could, you know, say serving at that board is like, is are you going to put the traditions in front of everything else? And I would, you know, I brought a couple pieces of literature to share with people. I did not bring my Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers or Pass It On, the biography of Bill W., but I would suggest reading it. There's actually a line in Pass It On where Bill W. is quite certain that if they don't do something, somebody will die. But Bill W. is emphatic that saving thousands is more important than saving one. Like, we don't bend our spiritual principles. Like, in the end, it'll be more destructive. I mentioned those two books. I'll mention something in case anybody here has not really ever done any looking into the traditions, just if you want to do a little research on your own. But if you go to Language of the Heart, the original 12 tradition essays are there, and they're excellent. They're actually better, I think, than the ones in the 12 and 12. They're almost the same, but not as cleaned up, let's say, not as censored. You can also find them on the AA Grapevine website in the electronic archives. Just put in the word traditions, the first 12 articles that'll come up when they appeared in the Grapevine in 1946 forward. The other book I would suggest to anyone is AA Comes of Age. You know, I say it all the time, you know, if you go to page like 96, the traditions start in AA Comes of Age. But this book is so often talked about like it's a success story, but it's actually not. It's actually a documented failure of human alcoholics between 1935 and 1950. And all of those failures basically put into 12 buckets called the 12 traditions. All the experiences here of all the mistakes we made. You know, if I go back to that newcomer example of outside, if somebody told you that they've been trying for 5 years and no matter what, they could not get sober, and if you asked them the question, hey, have you ever cracked open the big book or the 12 and 12? You ever cracked it open with someone else who's been through those books to help you? And if the person said no, you would probably say, you know, you might want to give the literature a try. You might want to go with the recipe that's been working forever. And that's what I would say about the traditions. The same as I would say that it's very hard to understand the program of recovery without reading the big book. It's very hard to understand the traditions without reading AA Comes of Age. AA Comes of Age is where the gold is. AA Comes of Age is where the mistakes, the big mistakes our early members made. We always talk about the steps are written in past tense. Well, you can apply that to the traditions. Show me a tradition that talks about good behavior, and I'll show you where one of the original 500 in AA did exactly the opposite in our history. That's where the traditions come from. The 12 and 12 is awesome, no doubt about it. And I love the long form of the traditions, and we'll talk about that. If I was in charge of AA for a day, no big book would get sold without the AA group pamphlet. The AA group pamphlet is probably I would argue, the best pamphlet we have. I mean, I have two others with me that I love too, but the Traditions Illustrated. The Traditions Illustrated is almost better than the 12 and 12. It's definitely more direct. And even though it talks about illustrations, the narratives and the wording and the language in the Traditions Illustrated is awesome and easy for new people to understand. And then problems other than alcohol. This is one of the few pamphlets where we actually say yes or no to a question. Because as you probably know, if you call GSO or write a letter to them, you do not get a yes or no. You get a, our experience has shown, or the shared experience of groups all around the country and the world, you will get things like that. And, you know, I try to boil down the 36 spiritual principles to the steps are our message. The traditions protect our message. And the concepts perpetuate our message. That's what they are. Now, I know I'm famous for getting into this debate, but I still can't find it in AA literature. Even in the clubhouse that my home group meets in, there are these principles on the wall. Those principles are not in any AA literature. When I say 36 principles, I actually mean the steps, the traditions, and the concepts. Not some one word that somebody made up and put on a calendar to sell at some convention to say these are the principles of the steps or these are the principles of the concepts. It's not in the literature anywhere. When I say the first principle, I mean the first step, all the words, the whole thing before you get to the narrative. And when we say protect, we do need to protect. And I'll get into that a little, but we do need to protect AA. It doesn't mean we have to be harsh or abrasive, but it does mean that we have something very special and unique. Even inside the traditions, there are some traditions that give you a warning and then give you a second warning. I compare that to the flashing stop sign. I don't know if they've come here yet, but in certain places, you drive down the street, you see a stop sign, you come to a full stop. That's what you're supposed to do. But now we have certain stop signs near where I live that along the edge of the stop sign have red lights that flash. Now, according to the motor vehicle code, there's no difference between a stop sign that has flashing red lights on it and a stop sign. You are required to do the exact same thing. The flashing red lights job is to tell you this is particularly a bad intersection. Like, we know that you might be one of those people who think stop signs are optional or roll through them, but we want you to know that in this particular location, that has had very bad consequences. You could look at Tradition 10 like that, and outside issues. The flashing stop sign, which we'll get to later, is religion, alcohol reform, and politics. Like, okay, you've gone down the slippery slope of an outside tradition, but we're just warning you. These three, this is like talking about them at your Thanksgiving table with your family. It will completely blow up your group. It will completely start to have a bad effect inside AA. But what are we protecting? I mean, we're protecting something that's not really that old. We're protecting something that's really only been here since 1935. We're protecting something that has worked and nothing else worked. We're protecting something where other organizations kind of succeeded at the same thing, but they went away. And so how important is it? And, you know, when we talk about what we're protecting in the big book, you know, I'm a person who loves the message in the big book. But why do we put that in a book? Why is it so worth protecting? And, you know, I was just at Founders Day and you see 1 million people wearing that shirt, which drives me crazy. Because on the back of it, it says, Dr. Young told Roland, Roland told Ebby, Ebby told Bill, Bill told Bob. It's like the worst history in Alcoholics Anonymous on a shirt for anybody to learn. Like there could not be more worse history than that, because it's completely fabricated and made up. It has no truth to it. It did not start with Dr. Young. Dr. Young did not just decide to pass something along to Roland one day. In fact, we are here seconds and inches from not being here. Like this almost didn't happen. And it really goes back, and I stress this all the time because anyone that knows me knows that where I come from, I struggle with anything except Dunkin' Donuts that comes from Boston or Massachusetts. I struggle with the Red Sox. I struggle with the Bruins. I struggle with the Celtics. I struggle with the Boston committee to bid for Ickipah. I'm a diehard New Yorker, right? And in AA, we hear that it's Akron or New York, you know, the big debate in the beginning of AA. You an Akron version, a New York version, and the truth is, this thing all blew up in Worcester, Massachusetts in 1909. That's when the spark was lit. And at that time in 1909, Carl Jung was a diehard Freudian. In fact, if you looked at it in AA terms, he was like Sigmund Freud's #1 sponsee, you know? You ever meet one of those people? Like there's a lot of people who have a lot of sponsees, but I'm talking about the person who tells everyone they have a lot of sponsees, and all their sponsees who tell everybody they have that person as a sponsor. There's usually always one #1 sponsee in those type of arrangements. Well, Carl Jung was that to Sigmund Freud. He was his #1 protege. And in 1909, Clark University up in Worcester, Massachusetts was celebrating its 20th anniversary of being the second higher education place in the United States to offer certain graduate degrees. And as such, they invited people from all over the world, very important people, to come to their celebration. The one most important person they wanted to come was Sigmund Freud. Not important from an AA perspective, but important to them. Sigmund Freud traveled to America, and the person who carried his books and kept all his appointments and watched what he was doing was Dr. Carl Jung. You can even Google Sigmund Freud at Clark University. While it's not important to AA, you will see that some of the greatest lectures that he ever gave, that people who love him will say, wow, they were given at Guilford Hall at Clark University. Now, while Sigmund Freud was busy being important, Carl Jung met William James, the author of The Varieties of Religious Experiences. While waiting for Sigmund Freud, spending 2 nights with William James, and it's a difficult book to read, I tell everybody, but it's a great book. And the book is more mystical than religious, for sure. But William James shared with Carl Jung that since the beginning of time, men and women were having total rearrangements of their lives. Call them sudden religious rearrangements, sudden spiritual rearrangements, call them what you want. But he shared with with Carl Jung that these were happening. People who were leading one life, not going well, and a total rearrangement happened, and now living a different life. And William James explained to Carl Jung that the problem with them is they were as rare as getting struck by lightning. They did not happen a lot. And so when I look at the big book and what they did between 1937 and 39 and publishing that book in 39, is they basically gave us the recipe to get struck by lightning if you're an alcoholic. That's what the big book is. It's not supposed to happen to people like us. But here's a book, and if you want to get struck by lightning as an alcoholic, here's the directions. That's really what we're protecting. We're protecting, and sometimes I think people, we're protecting the message, not the messenger, and not the rules, and not the structure, and not the guidelines, and not an additional semicolon. If I have one beef against a service structure, and believe me, I served a lot of time in it, it's so unresemblant to the love that takes place at what other people would call the worst low bottom AA meeting in the world. Like, is it welcoming? Often not. Some people say, oh, you know, so hard to elect the GSR. Well, I'll tell you what's harder. Getting a GSR to their first assembly is harder than electing them. And I'll tell you what's even harder than that, getting them to come back to their second assembly. That's even harder. If we did a survey of how many GSRs only attended one assembly and never went back, we would be horrified with the results. Because it's a place they should come and be welcome. But we're not protecting all that kind of administrative stuff. We're protecting the message in the big book. We just want that message to be here for the next sick and suffering alcoholic. And, you know, it's amazing when you think about it. You know, William James died like 10 months after that interaction. If that celebration would have been a year or two later, William James would have never met Carl Jung. There would never be a, you know, Carl told Roland, Roland told Ebby, Ebby told Bill. It would never happen. 10 months. And if you want to do a little research on Carl Jung, you'll see that he didn't last too long staying with Sigmund Freud. It only took about 2 years after that, they totally broke apart because Dr. Jung went a different direction. I was just in Founders Day and just at the Akron Intergroup Archives where they have the original letter from Carl to Bill W. You know, and sometimes that's hard for people to understand, you know, what are we protecting? You know, we're protecting something that maybe isn't flashy. We're protecting something also that you can't buy. And we live in a world today where the more something costs, the more valuable it is. The more something costs, the more people want it. The more people want it, the more something costs. We live in a world where something's only valuable or a service is only valuable if you have to pay for it. So we're protecting something that's for fun and for free. And we don't give anybody anything. I mean, we might have a book or a pamphlet. We don't give them anything. We just have the spiritual experience as a result of the 12 steps in the big book. That's what we're here to protect. But in today's world, it needs protecting. And a lot, you know, I mean, the traditions are all applicable in 2023. It's easy to apply them if you take the time. But the world changes. I mean, I was a delegate in 1999. I like to say I was in kindergarten at the time. But in 1999, 135 voting members at the General Service Conference, there were only 5 in my generation out of 135. 5 in my generation. Baby boomers was not the largest generation at my conference. The greatest generation of all was the largest generation at my conference. When I went to the General Service Conference in 1999, you weren't even allowed to open up a laptop in the conference room. By my second conference, a year later, you were allowed to apply to be one of the 10 lucky people to sit in the back row with power. Could you imagine today if we told everybody going to the General Service Conference, oh, by the way, no power. Yeah, no power, no taking notes on your iPad or your stylus or whatever else you use. We're not going to do any of that. We've had a hard time embracing with change and technology. TV was invented, give or take, the end of the 30s. We don't need to debate the who and the why. The one fact we know for sure is that it was not customary or usual for an American household to have a TV in it until after World War II. That we know for sure. Prior to the start of World War I, no TVs. Does anyone here know when we made our first public service announcement able to be put on TV? Anyone have an idea? Nope. Exactly. 1966. Took us about 26 years to catch up to TV. That's it. 26 years later, we said, maybe we should embrace this TV thing. It's not going away. Looks like it's here. Today, TV is almost old-fashioned. Today, we have every single streaming kind of thing in the world. I mean, today it's kind of funny, right, in society? You go out to dinner after a meeting or out to breakfast, whatever. People are like, I just canceled my cable TV subscription. I'm streaming from now on. But that's kind of old-fashioned. Now I run into people who tell me, getting cable back. I had too many streaming subscriptions. I wound up having like 9 of them. So I'm just going to get rid of them and go back to good old-fashioned cable. I mean, technology changes. But we should not be scared of it. And what I want to pass on to you is, in 2000, it was the 50th General Service Conference. So a big deal for AA. And I was the youngest delegate that year. The 2 years I went, I was the youngest delegate each year. And there's always a keynote speaker at the General Service Conference on the Sunday afternoon that the conference opens. It's usually a current trustee. It's usually a trustee that's going to rotate. And before the conference opens, there's supposed to be a keynote talk to kind of set the tone of the conference on a good note before we start debating. And in 2000, it was not a trustee. As I was sitting at my seat, I just noticed at the podium on that Sunday afternoon that there was this elderly gentleman sitting at the podium who I didn't know. And I thought I was a pretty in delegate. I knew who the general manager was. I knew who the chair of the General Service Board was. I knew who the staff member was running the conference. I knew the staff assistant, but there was this elderly guy, and I didn't know who he was. And then they introduced the speaker to give the keynote talk and said that they decided to have a special person come. The only living person who had been to all 50 General Service Conferences. All 50 of them. A non-alcoholic. A man named Dennis Manders, who in the 1940s answered an ad to be a part-time bookkeeper at a small struggling publishing company called Works Publishing. And he said some days he thinks that was the greatest day of his life, and some days he thinks maybe not. But like it or not, he went to work for Hank and Bill as a bookkeeper. He wound up becoming the first business manager at the General Service, the first chief financial officer of the General Service Office. He wound up retiring in the early 90s and serving as a consultant on the trustees finance committee. And here he was that day, the only living person to be at all 50 General Service Conferences. And as luck would have it, later on that day, him and I wound up sitting next to each other at another session. And I thanked him for his talk when we first sat down. But about a half an hour into that session, this man who I was looking at as like an icon, he elbowed me and he said, "You know what?" And I said, "No." I'm like, "I don't know what." And I'm trying not to talk out loud so I don't look like I'm talking during the session. He said, "Well, I'm taking a good look around. you're the only one who has a shot at being here for the 100th and being the keynote speaker. I said, oh, that's good news for me, I guess. Because at that time, the average age of a delegate was 57. Most trustees were in their late 60s or 70s. But him and I formed a relationship. He wound up retiring to North Carolina and passing away there. Now, God, about 14, 16 years ago. But, I ran into Dennis after that. And I remember one thing he said to me, and he said, Billy, if Bill W. was alive today, AA would have been on the cover of Wired magazine early on. Like Bill W., he would have not been scared of technology. He would have not been saying the internet's the slippery slope. He would have not been saying it's going to destroy AA. He would have embraced it. He would have found a way to fit it within our traditions. Now, today I know I'm hybrid as well as in person, and that's awesome. And it'll be a theme when I go through the 12 traditions, but I always say AA is a lot like a sponsee. Sometimes a sponsee needs a pat on the back. Sometimes a sponsee needs a kick in the ass. Well, come March of 2020, AA needed a kick in the ass regarding technology. The world's answer to that was the pandemic called COVID. Now, whether we like it or not, whether you're vax or anti-vax, whether you don't believe in COVID, afraid of COVID, whether you're still wearing, I could care less about any of that. I talk about historical facts as of that day in the world. And the fact of the matter is, on April 1st of 2020, nobody would have ever predicted, ever, that over 90% of the in-person meetings in the United States and Canada stopped. Dead stopped. Not happening. No one ever predicted that something like that could happen. And thank God, the groups were well advanced of the structure regarding technology. The groups quickly got on to platforms. Some met outside, whatever, but technology-wise, they got on the platforms. And during that pandemic, there's no doubt that somebody in the middle of nowhere ran into somebody who they love the way they go through the big book. I see pictures on social media today of people who met each other during the pandemic. They don't break their AA anonymity, but I know where they met. They met on some crazy Zoom meeting. There's no doubt that some people never heard about the traditions and the concepts and service and learned about that during the pandemic. That's a fact. But there's also a fact that it's had a devastating effect on the AA we're left with today. And I am pro-technology, but there's no doubt, especially on districts and areas and intergroups, the effect has been devastating. I love what someone said to someone else because they called them and said, I don't like what my intergroup's doing and I'm really tired of that and I can't believe it. And, they said to the person, that's not your intergroup anymore. Like you belong to a home group 800 miles away. You're putting money in a basket that's not helping your local community. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but you're choosing to take part in something. And the other thing is the dark night of the soul. That sounds kind of philosophic. You can call it what you want to call it. Life comes crashing in. A fastball comes at you at 95 miles an hour. Life turns to you know what. But the dark night of the soul comes for every alcoholic, drinking or not. Sober or drinking, the dark night of the soul comes. And it comes in a lot of different forms. It comes with a police officer at your door at 3 o'clock in the morning to let you know that one of your children was just in a bad accident. It comes when you walk into work and you have 4 kids and one's in college and you find out that 1,000 people, including you, are being laid off that day and you don't know what you're going to do. It walks in when someone that you love dearly in your family gets a diagnosis that you are just struggling with, that you cannot handle. The dark night of the soul comes. And, I stayed a little down the road on 95. But, I looked outside my hotel this morning as I was having a cup of coffee and a cigar, to be honest. I looked at one of the most spiritual places in the world, Waffle House. And I'm separating that from the food, even though, as anyone knows, I travel a lot for work and eat in the best restaurants in the world, and I love Waffle House. But when I say one of the most spiritual places in the world, there could be a lot of names on that place. It could say IHOP, could say Friendly's, could say Waffle House, could say your local diner. But those are the places where AA comes to the rescue to broken people. At its very nature, AA is local. It doesn't mean Zoom is bad. It doesn't mean we shouldn't take advantage of it. But we need boots on the ground. I'll tell you a story that 2 different AA members told me that don't know each other in different parts of the country. Same story. I don't know, 6 hours apart by plane from each other. The 2 people don't know each other, never met each other, and both told me the same story in their life. And the story goes like this. They had a very serious medical condition. They had to have very serious surgery. We're going back like 15, 20 years now. So we're talking about like when you still stayed overnight for knee surgery for 3 days. Like now they just kick you out of the hospital. But both people in the hospital like a week. And a nurse in each hospital both whispered the same thing to each AA member. Came into their room, tubes, oxygen, leaned down and said to the person, I know you're here under a false name and you're famous. Both people had a nurse say that to them. And both people said the same thing to the nurse. What are you talking about? And both nurses described the same situation. Like 50 lunatics in the waiting area, all lying to the security guards about how they were related to the person, making up their own fake security passes to get up and visit them, like that's who we are at our nature. Like when the chips are down in life, we respond and we come to each other's aid. And so while I embrace technology, I can tell you my personal experience, and I don't know if my home group is different than yours, but my personal experience is right now when I go to my home group, still a majority, over half of the people have less than 5 years. Almost like the pandemic, less than 10 years. Definitely more closer to 1 day than 50 years. When I go to online now, it's a lot of people with a lot of time talking to each other. And what I worry about, not that they shouldn't partake in those online meetings, but I also want that experience in the parking lot for when the newcomer shows up. Like that's who we are as a fellowship, but I'm not anti-technology. Now, I'll talk a little bit, we'll take a quick break, but I'm going to go to baseball again to use an example. The long form of the first tradition says each member of Alcoholics Anonymous is but a small part of a great whole. AA must continue to live or most of us will surely die. Hence our common welfare comes first, but individual welfare follows close afterwards. You know, there's a great famous video clip of Tommy Lasorda, who they asked to speak to a whole bunch of new baseball players in the major leagues. And the theme of his talk is amazing when you apply it to AA. He tries to instill in these young men going into Major League Baseball that you play for the team whose name is on the front of the jersey, not the back. Like the name on the back is irrelevant when you enter the field or the batter's box. At the moment you enter the field or the batter's box, the overall good of the team has to be most important. And that's why no matter whether you're the greatest hitter in the world, it doesn't matter what you think in your head. The first base or third base coach is sending you signals as to what they want you to do. Do they want you to bunt? They want you to hit a sacrifice fly in the outfield. They want you to take the first pitch or pass on the first pitch. But you could be sitting there in that batter's box thinking, I know better. I know what I want for me. I know what my name is on the back of my jersey, and I want it to be best for me. And he tries to instill in them that that's not what being a team member is about. And so for AA, for me, it has to be that Alcoholics Anonymous is on the front of all our jerseys. And we have to remember that our name is on the back. It just doesn't matter what your name is. And, you know, names get us in trouble. Legacy building gets us in trouble. All of that kind of, if you read the narrative, which I'm not going to read narratives because that would be insulting to bring me here to read to you. But it does say the unity of Alcoholics Anonymous is the most cherished quality of our society. Cherished meaning to protect and care. Another thing I'll share from Big Book workshops, it's okay to look up words in the dictionary in the traditions. If you don't know what it means, like I know I suffer from that disease. I've been making up the own definitions of words, my own, since I was born. Like there's some value in really understanding what it's supposed to be saying. And then there's something else here that kind of drives people crazy sometimes because they want to act like it doesn't belong there. Does this mean some will anxiously ask that in AA, the individual doesn't count for much? Is he to be dominated by his group and swallowed up in it? And this is the part they don't like, some people. We certainly answer this question with a loud no. We believe there isn't a fellowship on earth which lavishes more devoted care upon its individual members. Surely is there none which more jealously guards the individual's right to think, talk, and act as he wishes. That's what it says. AA is a strange place. If you read any of the literature that I suggested, you'll come across a line. When you come across that line, just remember this. The line's a simple one. Won't all kinds of odd people show up? Question mark. Oh, we know the answer to that question now. 50 years later, yes. Yeah, thousands, millions of odd people have shown up. It's not a question to us, won't all kinds of odd people show up? This is Alcoholics Anonymous. But we celebrate however odd somebody is. And we don't tell them how to dress. And we don't tell them how long their hair should be. We don't tell them what religious books to read in an AA setting. We let them be an individual. Now, when I get to tradition 10, it's going to seem like I'm going against this tradition, but it's in the spirit of sacrifice. There are certain things in an individual that I have to check to the side in my AA life, and I will get to them. But, you know, we can't force people. As I was told, the world has one of me. That's enough for the world. Don't need to create another me. We're not in the robot creation business. We're not in the Stepford wife creation business. That AA is supposed to be open and inclusive and here for everyone. Now, I'll talk about tradition 3 and in today's world and how that applies. It goes on to say the AA member has to conform to spiritual principles of recovery. His life actually depends upon obedience to spiritual principles. Conform means to comply with. And it goes on to say most individuals cannot recover unless there is a group. Realization draws that he's but a small part of a great whole, that no personal sacrifice too great for preservation of the fellowship. See, the problem in AA is, my big book is in my backpack, but if I had a big book here and I have a 12 and 12 here, if we could narrow down what the problem in AA is, it's very simple. In the big book over here, I would take you to the asterisk, every big book has one, where they update the amount of people in AA and the amount of groups, right? So we have 2 million people. The book says it. That's awesome. But then I have this book. And then if I turn to a certain page in this book, which I'm sure I have highlighted because I use this one all the time, then we have this book that says, since defective relations with other human beings have always been the immediate cause of our woes, that's AA in a nutshell. We have 2 million people who don't get along with other people. We have 2 million people whose number one problem is defective relations with other human beings. You realize how hard it is to keep a tent around that circus? I mean, that is the purpose of the traditions. The purpose of the traditions is to like get those 2 million in front of a ringmaster under a tent, right? That somehow, as broken as we all are, we can find a way to make sure that every alcoholic is welcome in AA. And it's, like I said, it's not only did odd people show up, it's an odd place. It's an odd organization from an organization kind of definition. I think that's why Bill liked the word society. Bill liked the word a society of a spiritual society of alcoholics in action. Bill loved that word, though, that phrase. But we are an odd organization. I have been searching, and except for other 12-step fellowships, every other organization has a section in their bylaws about being thrown out. Knights of Columbus, VFW, Daughters of the American Revolution. I could go on. I'm not as crazy about this as I used to be, but there were nights where I would just go on Google searches of bylaws. Like, come on, there has to be one that just says you can't be thrown out. But no, all these other organizations have a mechanism for you to be removed. We have no such mechanism. Now, what we do have is you can be thrown out of a group or a meeting. And you can be outside in the middle of the parking lot with your AA membership card, celebrating your AA membership all you want, but your behavior is getting in the way of other people getting sober, and other people getting sober is more important per tradition 1. That's the way that goes. But we can't throw anybody out of AA. The AA membership card, you're in. Now we're going to get to membership in tradition 3. Now, one of the things I want to talk about before we take a quick break is this, because I've done a lot of these and I'm not an expert. Nothing better than somebody calling me or running into somebody who says that they have a different opinion or they found something different. It's awesome. It means that you dived into the literature. But the one mistake I know that happens at a lot of these is that somebody or more than someone has had something bothering them in AA for a while. It's been on your mind. It's been in your mental Post-it note. It's been whatever. It might be at your group, at your area, your district. It could be in your sponsorship line, whatever. And too often, people leave without getting their question answered. And too often, I don't even like to answer questions that directly without my first answer being where to show you to find in the literature to get your own answer. But too often, people leave without getting help with that. So while we take this break, that's your assignment, because it's going to be the first thing we do before we go finish tradition 1 and go to the other 11 is if you came here with a question, the time to ask it is right when we come back. Like, we are going to get it out of the way. Now, having done this a couple of times also, I know that there's people that might not want to ask their question in front of other people. That's fine. If you want to write it down on a piece of paper, fold it over or something, and hand it to me, whatever, off to the side, give it to Paul, that's fine too. I might, on some of those questions, say, let's wait till we get to that tradition. There might be other questions I might, give some help. But the last thing I want, I mean, it's a Saturday, it's pretty beautiful out. We're in a pretty beautiful part of the country, and you're here. And it would be a shame not to deal with your questions. And there's a lot of things going on in the last couple of years that have led to a lot of traditions questions. So we'll take a quick break. I have 10:15 exactly, so we come back at 10:30, Paul, is that good? Okay. Yeah. Billy Alcoholic. Welcome back, everyone. I have a couple of questions here. I'm just going to dispose of these quickly. Third tradition, drugs versus alcohol. I'm definitely going to get into that in the third tradition. Question, traditions as applied in relationships. I love this question for a couple of reasons. You can apply the 36 spiritual principles to whatever you would like. If I didn't come down so hard on people who write books, I'd probably write a book on applying the 12 concepts and the traditions to the business world, because it's been very successful for me. I just come down too hard on AA people who write books, so I can't write any books. But it does bother me a little that at most conventions and roundups, not only are we more interested in circuit speakers and karaoke and God knows what else than talking about AA, and I'm all up for having fun, that's fine. Of course, apply the traditions to your relationships, but you have to know how to apply them in AA first, or you're not going to know how to do that. And my experience is very little emphasis on applying them in AA. This question, what is a home group and how many can you have? I love that question. So I'll get into this a little in the seventh tradition, but this comes down to AA group pamphlet. If you pick one up, page 12, is there a difference between a meeting and a group? Most AA members meet in AA groups. However, some AA members hold AA meetings that differ from the common understanding of a group. These members simply gather at a set time and place for a meeting, perhaps for convenience or other special situation. The main difference between meetings and groups is that AA groups generally continue to exist outside the prescribed meeting hours, ready to provide 12-step help when needed. So I'm going to go back to two men who I quote, reference all the time, Tom I, Don P. If you're ever at a convention or something looking for good speakers, go to the speakers table, Tom I, Southern Pines, or Aberdeen, North Carolina, Don P, Aurora, Colorado. Don had a better definition, I think, that people could understood about the difference between a meeting and a group. I'll read you the one I just read. Some AA members hold meetings that differ from the common understanding of a group. These members simply gather at a set time and place for meetings. So in my example, Don's example, we'll leave the debating society for a second. And we're just going to pretend that the meeting we're at or our home group starts with the Serenity Prayer and ends with the Lord's Prayer. If yours uses none, uses others, I don't care. Your business. But for our example, starts with the Serenity Prayer, ends with the Lord's Prayer. Don would always say you could judge the quality of a meeting by what happens between the Serenity Prayer and the Lord's Prayer. But you judge the quality of a group by what happens between the Lord's Prayer and the Serenity Prayer. Like the group is what 12-step and other fellowship activity are they involved in between when that home group meets? Are they connected to the middle of AA with a GSR or a central office or intergroup rep? Are they going out on corrections or public information type commitments? Do they get together and celebrate each other's anniversaries, birthdays, whatever? But is that group really? Meetings are more freeze-dried. And by the way, you can be a group and meet at a clubhouse. Just because you meet at a clubhouse doesn't mean you're just a meeting. The literature suggests one home group. That's what the literature suggests. That's my experience. So you should have one. Can you go to 1 million meetings? Yes. But one home group. And the home group should be the place where you do most of your service. That's where you do your service. The home group, I'm going to really get into it in Tradition 7, should be the place that you're worried about being self-supporting the most. Not these other groups you're going to. Can a home group member vote in a home group conscience? Can a non-home group member vote? Well, I would say normally no. But that's up to your home group's conscience. Like, what does your group say about that? Should be just group members. You know, Tom I said all the time that his biggest concern, you know, in the 90s and early 2000s was we've become a proliferation of meetings. We have more meetings and less home groups. And if there's anyone here who's involved in corrections or treatment work, I would just stress that that is probably where we fail the most. We're very good at going into those places and telling war stories. We're very bad at helping explain to them what AA is and what AA isn't. The whole purpose of a meeting in a correctional facility or a group is to assimilate those AA members with what AA looks like so that when they go to it, when they're outside, it's no different. There's no special prison or jail AA. Should look the same. In fact, a prisoner should be the secretary. A prisoner should be the chairperson. A prisoner should be the treasurer. If there's 1 or 2 people from the outside going in, that might just be a condition for the sheriff or the warden to have the meeting, but they shouldn't be the speaker every week. They shouldn't dominate the meeting. A home group, but we have way too many meetings, and it has an effect for sure on the rest of Alcoholics Anonymous, because, you know, a judge actually helped me really realize this the most, and very thankful for her 2 cents. She had gotten transferred from criminal court to the DWI and drug court. She had never worked really a lot with AA before. And she just did what the other judges before her did. But she took the time to go to AA open meetings, to meet some people in AA, to meet the local corrections chair and CPC chair and public information chair. And She was explaining to us as to how she changed the whole system in her little court of going away from meeting attendance. She said meeting attendance is useless to her. For me, I've always been fascinated by people who are actually honest enough to have other people sign that form. I mean, I have signed other people's names to forms my whole teenage years. But she said how useless that form is, that she changed it in her courtroom, and she changed the focus of war stories to actually helping people understand AA and other 12-step fellowships, whichever fellowship came in. And she said she settled, on a form that just simply said, what's your name? Friday date. What's your home group? Do you have a sponsor? What step are you working? And do you have a service commitment? Said that once she became familiar with Alcoholics Anonymous, she realized that that one sheet of paper was useless. It was the other sheet of paper that let her know, she could tell by talking to the person and their answers, whether they really were in the middle of AA or around AA. And listen, there's lots of purposes of meetings, lunchtime meetings, all kinds of things. But it definitely, I think it's also applied to our negative, I know it's applied to our negative numbers about how many groups contribute or how many groups have a GSR. We give every meeting a group number. Every meeting wasn't supposed to have a GSR. Groups have a GSR. We say how many groups contribute, but yet we let all those meetings interfere with that math. But there definitely is a difference between a meeting and a group, and that's not really talked about a lot with people in treatment or other places about the importance of a home group and why it is so important. I mean, I turn on Zoom these days, and again, I support technology, but it doesn't say in the literature you can have one home group virtual or in person. It just says we suggest you have one home group. So you could have a home group virtually and go to 1 million meetings virtually or in person. You could have a home group in person and go to 1 million meetings virtual or in person. But yet, what do we hear now? This is my Zoom home group. I can't find that in the literature. I can't find in the literature any reference to a Zoom, WhatsApp, GoToMeeting, Skype. No, it's just simply, what's your home group? And celebrate whatever your home group is. And then we have this issue of doing service everywhere. Sometimes I feel like, sometimes Zoom is like watching the different news channels, but the anchors are the same. Like, at least you probably watch whoever, I don't care what news you watch, but there are different anchors on all those different news channels. And you know which one is from which channel. Like it, whether you like them or can't stand them. Zoom, there was a point when I would turn in on 8 o'clock on Monday night and one person's the chairperson, and Wednesday night they're the chairperson of this other meeting, and Thursday night they're the speaker seeker of this other meeting, and on Saturday I'm like, what's going on here? Like, our primary responsibility is to do service at our home group. Now, if it's a meeting and not a group and you have time to do service, that's great. But home groups have kind of lost their importance in Alcoholics Anonymous the last 20 or 30 years, which has greatly affected districts losing their importance. In the service structure, while the groups hold the ultimate responsibility, the district is what kept everything together. The district was the glue between the group and the area. And the district was the boots on the ground that knew the geographic location better than anyone else. So I am going to put this question off to the side. I answered this question. Can a home group member vote? What I would tell the person who asked about this, can a non-home group member vote? The worst time to make decisions for an AA group is in the middle of a business meeting. Okay? If you want to have a policy on whether non-members can vote, don't fight about it when it comes up. Bring it to your business meeting. And another thing is that don't, I have some questions here. Don't confuse conscience with a group conscience. If it's not a regularly scheduled business meeting, you shouldn't be able to just vote on the fly. It's just not fair to the group. We love the underdog in AA. We can't help ourselves, you know? We love the guy or girl who comes to a closed meeting and has their significant other with them for support. You know, our heart bleeds for them. Oh, isn't that great? You know? And we know with the public displays of affection, whatever, but it's a closed meeting. It's not a meeting for bring somebody to support me. It's a closed meeting. But what we all often forget about, and I don't want to pick on those people, is what about the AA member that went to the closed meeting because it was close to their work, or because it was in the next neighborhood or town where they are not a teacher, or maybe they crossed a county line because they're not a police officer or a sheriff there. What if there is an AA member who went to that closed meeting because they want it to be closed and not open? We never think about that person, but it just goes back to the decision making, which is best not to make decisions in that little group setting. Best to go. Let's see. What is the difference between a closed and open meeting? Our home group has decided to make our meeting closed, but children can come and sit in the back of the auditorium because they are not part of the meeting. I'm not clear if this is breaking the traditions. There's a lot of fine lines in that question, but thank you for your question. We're in the business of saving lives, not making rules. There has to be some flexibility. I mean, I've heard many parents, single and not single parents, tell me that Zoom has helped out a little, which is awesome. Again, I embrace technology that way. If the child is very young, I don't think it goes against being a closed meeting. However, if the child is going to school, the teacher in that group deserves anonymity more than your child deserves to be there. I hate to say it. Then go to an open meeting. We used to, back in the day, talk about childcare, and some groups do provide childcare, but it's a slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope with childcare. In many states and counties across the country, you're not allowed to use the words childcare in the same sentence unless it has licensed in front of those two words. Like, a group of people just don't get to provide childcare and leave other people under other people's supervision that they do not know. Right? I mean, the world has changed. It's not 40 years ago. It's not 1984. It's not 1990. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm not taking a position on it. I'm just stating what the facts are. In Alateen, you can't be a registered group unless the Alateen sponsor has been through a state background check. And that's because most states view Alateen the same as the Boy Scouts, Little League, 4-H. You can't be an adult volunteer unless you have a clean background from certain, doesn't have to be totally clean, but it has to be clean from certain situations. But I would be careful with the children thing. The difference between an open and closed meeting, again, I'm going to go to the AA group pamphlet. I love it, page 13. Is there a difference between an open and closed meeting? It can't be any, I'm just jumping ahead a little bit, but the person asked a question, so I'm going to it. The purpose of all AA groups, as the preamble states, is for AA members to share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that may solve their common problem and help others to recover from alcoholism. Toward this end, AA groups have both open and closed meetings. So here we go. Closed meetings are for AA members only. So bucket one, AA members. Or, and here we go for bucket two, those who have a drinking problem and a desire to stop drinking. It's not an and or. You don't get to have some other problem and say you have a desire to stop drinking. It's a desire to stop drinking and a drinking problem. That's not as Billy sees it. That's as the group Conscience of Alcoholics Anonymous sees it in the literature. Open meetings are available to anyone interested in Alcoholics Anonymous program of recovery from alcoholism. Non-alcoholics may attend open meetings as observers. This is not the observer as I define it. Okay, I already talked about my problem with definitions. When I say I'm going to observe something, that means until I think they need my 2 cents. Okay, now we're not talking about that definition. Observers. Open meetings are not meetings of all addictions anonymous. It's where only alcoholics participate. Now, open meetings are our greatest public information tool. That's where AA is on display. That's where, you know, if you want to curse, go to a closed meeting, but an open meeting, there may be a social worker there, or a probation officer, a parole officer, or somebody, maybe a parent, somebody. Open meetings are our showcase, but anyone can attend. Now, obviously, we have customs. Big difference between customs and traditions. A lot of AA groups on their group anniversary have an Al-Anon speaker with the AA speaker. A lot of Al-Anon groups have an AA speaker with their Al-Anon meeting on their anniversary. That's a one-off special meeting. But there's no such thing as a double winner, not in either organization's literature. I hate to break it to anyone. I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news. But if you go to Al-Anon or AA, there's no such thing as a double winner. There is such thing as a person who belongs to both fellowships, but their membership has nothing to do with their membership in the other. An Al-Anon member told me something once that I thought was very interesting. She said the biggest compliment she can get as an Al-Anon member is when somebody she's known for 12 years says, "I had no idea you were an alcoholic." She says that's the biggest compliment she can be given, that her one membership has nothing to do with the other. It's not some kind of stage 2 recovery. It's not, I mean, let's face it. I'm sure everybody has been to meetings. You all know when we get into something, boy, do we get into it. I don't care what it is. I'm sure you've run into the CrossFit person, right? Everybody else should be that spiritual and go to CrossFit. You've probably ran into a few yogis, right? They want everyone to know you can lift your spiritual. If you go to yoga, we have the New Life Recovery Bible people and church. And when you're really ready to recover, you'll go to Al-Anon. That has no place in any of our meetings. It's an outside issue, all of it. But open meetings are super important for our fellowship. And we have to remember conferences and conventions are open meetings. That means don't blame the speaker for being a bad speaker. Find out who chose the speaker and what committee chose them. That's who's responsible. Now, you got to separate judgment out from that, because I can tell you very honestly, I would tell anyone to sit in the last row of an AA convention, let the Friday or Saturday night speaker end, stand there in the last row and let everybody walk past you. And you will hear somebody come by you who says, "That's the worst speaker I ever heard. Who asked that speaker to speak?" And then 10 feet later, somebody will come by with tears in their eyes saying, "That person just saved my life. I can't believe I was here and got to hear that story." Like, we got to put our judgments to the side about our individual likes and dislikes. I'm talking about portraying AA. So for the waiters and the waitresses and the people who work at hotels, and then what about the family members who come to conventions? What about the parents? Like, we have a responsibility to make sure the message being shared from the AA podium is a message of depth and weight and a message that stays along AA principle. Because otherwise somebody's going to leave with the implication, because again, newcomers and outsiders don't view AA with the same lens as someone who's been in AA a while. I say something here today you don't agree with, you just leave and say, I don't agree with him. And you might be right. But you've been in AA a while, so you don't care if you don't agree with me. Your day is going off fine. And you have the AA that you love. Not so much for a parent. Not so much for a father or mother who's at like a young people's AA conference and hears someone say something totally off the wall from a podium and is like, wait a minute, that's what I'm exposing my child to? Like, wait a minute, that's where, my 20-year-old daughter is going on camping trips? Like, we have a responsibility to present AA in a certain light from the podium. If you want to share crazy, well, go to the crazy candlelight midnight meeting wherever you live, right? And have at it, right? Have at it. But when you say something crazy at a podium, it's no different than lighting a cigarette in an elevator at an AA convention with your name tag on. No different. It's saying to the world that you want to be the outside world's representative of AA. And that's just simply not okay. And I could give you example after example of things that I've witnessed, I always say, at large AA conventions, those poor people who work the check-in counter at the hotel, I feel like we should have the Joe and Charlie inventory sheets right there, like 50 of them, right? And we should just tell the people behind the counter, just hand these out to the person who just is going to complain for 15 minutes and has never stayed in a hotel and is going to yell, whatever, like, just give them a pen and a piece of paper. But we have a responsibility to make sure AA is portrayed in the right light. There's certain treatment centers around the country that don't talk about it, but have lists that they give to parents of meetings that they tell them not to send their kids to. And that doesn't happen by accident. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I can tell you it does not happen by accident. So we do have a responsibility. Your password probably went in. Was there another question there? Do you know? Oh, okay. In the spirit of rotation, does the past servant of the position dictate how? Oh, I love this question. No, I can already say no without even seeing the rest of it, but I'm going to read it just for the hell of it. In the spirit of rotation, does the past servant of the position dictate how the next does the position? We began workshops last year, and the last workshop chair has presented some pretty rigid guidelines for the next group conscience to vote on. My sponsor has pointed out to me the traditions and concepts, so I do have an assignment to research, but figured I'd ask. Lastly, do you find different areas around the world interpret the traditions differently? I find that it can be confusing. Yeah, I'm going to tell the person to send you my email because I don't want to read a certain part of that I could give location out, but I will gladly respond to you in email. But the first parts of that question, customs should be interpreted differently. Traditions are pretty much the same. But let's get to this rotation thing. The job of somebody who gives up a job in AA, whether it's meeting chairperson, cookie person, anniversary cake person, GSR, district chair, delegate, corrections chair, treasurer, chair of the AA World Services Board, chair of the General Service Board. I don't care what your job is. Your number one job when you rotate is to hope that the person who takes it over for you does it better than you. Period. period. And that might not be the same as you. And I've been screaming this for a while. Participation in AA service is going in the tank. We all know that. It's a fact. Districts, some places, are annihilated. We are like the mixed message capital of the world when it comes to AA trusted servant leaders. We want to go out to all of AA and we want to tell everybody, we need your help. We need you at the assembly. We need you on the corrections committee. We need you on the, we need you. We need more people doing service. And then you commit AA Class A felony number 1. You show up as I asked, but you dared bring a new idea. Oh my God. You brought a new idea, a different way of looking at things or a different way of doing something. And boy, we cannot handle that. We cannot handle new ideas. We are the poster child of we will do something the same way even if it doesn't work for years. We will not change. And we need to change that. We need to celebrate different ideas. We need to tell people, hopefully you'll do it better than I did it. There's nothing wrong with being the wise elder statesman. Somebody needs some advice, they call. Maybe chiming in 2% of the time, 2%. When something's really off the tracks. But we don't know how to let go. We're like the fixing, managing, and controlling capital of the world. I mean, we want to tell people what font to use. We want to tell people whether to use a semicolon or a colon. We want to tell people why is life-saving so rigid? And I believe in order, and I believe in structure. But I just don't know how we can keep people motivated. I don't even like service sponsorship. I know there are people who consider me their service sponsor. But I look at it as mentorship, not sponsorship. I think sponsorship is a very special relationship. And you know, with a couple of current, whatever, doesn't matter who they are, I agree. Service sponsorship has destroyed Alcoholics Anonymous the last 25 years, the service structure. It's completely destroyed the service structure. A GSR does not need a service sponsor. A GSR needs a big book and a sponsor and a home group. They do not need to be an expert on the traditions and the concepts. Now, if they need a mentor who's held the position before them or not, great. Every once in a while, a trustee will call me about a pension question or something from when I was on the board. I'm glad to give an answer. But service sponsorship has become like the rest of this crazy country I live in. It's become political parties. It's become political action committees. It's become voting blocks. It's so destructive in Alcoholics Anonymous. So destructive. And yet we have so many people in service. You know, Tom I always said, don't make the podium your home group. And I always say, don't make the assembly your home group. The assembly can't be a home group. The district can't be a home group. You know, I tell people all the time, people who are new delegates ask me, Billy, I want to be prepared for the conference. How can I be a better delegate? And they ask me this in like February or March, 2 months before the conference. And I always give the same answer. Whatever you know about the concepts and the traditions and the conference charter and the warranties, you know. You want to be a better delegate? Go to more. Be on the front line more. Talk to more newcomers. See what's going on in the trenches on the firing line. See how the newcomers coming into AA today, what challenges they have. But this whole lack of being able to rotate is a big problem in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I don't know what AA is going to look like in 20 years. And by AA, I mean the 93 general service areas. Ever take a read of the guidelines or the structure rules or whatever they call them in each area? I mean, could we possibly create more rules? No, but we keep doing it. So that now when a person serves, what, we have to give them a 3-month leave of absence so they can just read every past rule passed by the area so that they know how to operate within the guidelines? I'm just, it's a pet peeve of mine. It's gotten completely out of control. It is completely out of control. And to the person who asked the question, it's none of that prior servant's business how you do your job. Now, the committee or area that you serve, it's their job to have a group conscience as to what they expect of that position, but not to tell you exactly how to do it. So, I do want to read one more thing while we're on the topic of open and closed meetings, and that is specialty meetings. So I'm going to read it again, not as Billy sees it, out of the AA group pamphlet. Group conscience of AA is all of AA. Some AAs come together as specialized AA groups for men, women, young people, doctors, gays, and others. If the members are all alcoholic, requirement 1, and if they open the door to all alcoholics who need help, requirement 2, regardless of profession, gender, or other distinction, requirement 3, and they meet all other aspects defining an AA group, requirement 4, they may call themselves an AA group. So you may think you're in the greatest men's AA meeting in the history of the world, but if a woman shows up and you tell her to turn around, don't call yourselves an AA group. You may belong to the greatest women's AA group in the world, and that's awesome. But if a man shows up and your natural response is go find another place, you're just not AA. Now, let's dial that down a little bit. I've wanted to be a fly on the wall in a women's meeting for like 35 years, right? Okay. I've wanted to know what's going on in there. We're not talking about, and I'm going to use myself as an example. I travel for work all the time. So I leave a meeting. I've been on the road for 3 days. I look at a website or a meeting directory quickly. I don't look at it quick enough. I don't notice the note that it's a women's meeting. We're not talking about me with 18 years traveling on the road or me with 30 years traveling on the road like, hey, thanks, I'm glad you have a great women's meeting here. I'll find another meeting. No, we're talking about the person dying of alcoholism who shows up at the door, whose life is in jeopardy. Every woman and men's group in the world should have a plan as to how they deal with that and what their plan is for that. And it seems, with doctors and gay and young people, we don't seem to have this issue of they seem to encourage, they don't mind other people. But it has to be open. It says right there, if they open the door to all alcoholics who seek help. That's it. It's very clear. So the people who say women's meetings or men's meetings are not AA, they're wrong. The people who say young people's meetings are wrong, they're wrong. It's not what the literature says. But the people who say there are meetings for just one particular class of alcoholic, that's not true either. I am going to go to tradition 2. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to repeat so it's on the tape. In an open meeting, please discuss guest visitors sharing. Well, I always joke around that I love when someone calls me an AA and they say, you won't believe this. I would believe anything. Okay. Just want that out there. I would believe whatever anybody called me and was about to tell me. Nothing is going to be unbelievable at this point. So I would be like, what kind of guest visitor? Who's the guest visitor? Is it the local minister or rabbi for the building you're in? Is it I don't know. All I know is the group should have a plan on how to deal with those. Um, but it's hard for me to speak and not know the details. Okay. Well, I'll take that a little bit one at a time. Overall, it's a crazy statement. So let's just go right there. Okay. Overall, it's just blatantly crazy. However, a group has a right to be crazy. Okay. As long as they're not breaking one of the 12 traditions, they have a lot of autonomy there. If they don't want to announce things, that's their business. They get to announce what they want to announce and what they don't want to announce. You know, there's the group conscience, which we're going to talk about in tradition 2, is in charge there. Now, what breaks my heart, and particularly people in service, especially at the bottom of the triangle in general service and intergroup service, is people who want to be able to think that they have the responsibility of declaring what's AA and not AA. And I have bad news for them. It's not their business. They don't get to decide. You're an AA event if you say you're an AA event. You can get the guideline for conventions and roundups. If it's an event put on by AAs for AA about AA, it's an AA event. But, you know, we have groups that don't want to announce conventions. We have area websites that have like an FBI background check to get something listed as an event in the area if it doesn't have so many perfect cookie cutter requirements. It's just beyond, no wonder we are the worst communicators in the world. But they have a right to not make those announcements. As far as saying conventions or conferences are not AA, it's not true. We have a guideline on conventions and conferences. And by the way, if you really want to nerd out on it, go back to 1951 and 52, the first 2 general service conferences. We voted not to incorporate the name AA. AA is trademarked, but not incorporated. The General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous is incorporated. The AA World Services Board of AA is incorporated. But those 2 words, Alcoholics Anonymous, are not incorporated. And we did that because we wanted to give respect to the spiritual nature of the gathering of alcoholics and Alcoholics Anonymous more than any kind of rules and legality around it. So. Well, it's wrong, but other than that, I can tell you why it's wrong. It goes against the first tradition. It goes against AA unity. You know, it goes against, I don't care if it's the best New York Yankees lineup you ever had. Only 9 people get to play the field. It doesn't matter who's the best and who's the worst. That 9 players is the team. Without the team, there is no AA. And so you can tell me the newcomer is the most important, but I'm not sure the newcomer came a half an hour early and opened the door. I'm not sure we gave a key to the newcomer to actually open up the door. Like, without everybody, it just goes against the first tradition. Now, if what they're trying to say is we can't survive without the newcomer, then I believe it. But that's a lot different than the newcomer is more important than anyone else. You know, there's a lot of places in New York where they'll ask who's in their first 90 days, and people raise their hands. There's this pain in the ass in the Bronx, and I used to love what he used to say. I want to know who's in their last 90 days. Will you please raise your hand? Because that's more important to me. Like, I can see who's in their first 90 days, but your last 90 days comes in a lot different versions. Sometimes it looks like it has 10 years, but it's going out the door in 2 days. So that whole thing of who's more important, do I think a group should take the time to identify newcomers and talk to them? Absolutely. Do I believe that it's probably why I don't also believe when people say just working with somebody is all that matters. Whether it works or not doesn't matter. I don't believe that. Because Bill W. was the worst 12-stepper. In May of 1935, Bill W. was 0 for a couple of hundred. He was the worst 12-stepper in the history of 12-stepping at that point. If you've watched any of the movies, you know how that goes. He's having a breakdown in his apartment in Brooklyn. He tells Lois he's all depressed. He can't get anyone sober. And Lois is like, who cares? You're sober. It's all I care about. Whatever you're doing is working. And sometimes people in Alcoholics Anonymous take that too far, like, who cares? Whatever you're doing is working. Don't care about the other person. But what about if another person never got sober? Then none of us would ever be here. You know, it's not in the big book, but it is in AA Comes of Age. Thank God Bill W. had that same conversation with Dr. Silkworth before he went to Akron. It changed all of our lives sitting here. Because Dr. Silkworth asked him how he was doing, and he said, I'm okay, but I'm depressed and I can't help anybody. And thank God Dr. Silkworth did not have, you know, I'm the product of an Al-Anon mother, okay? So I'm very Al-Anonic influenced, right? Lois's answer is very Al-Anonic, right? Who cares? You're sober. I don't care, right? I always tell people that, like, other people, they say their worst day drunk is better than their worst day sober is better than their best day drunk, right? I don't get that story. Other people say there's nothing worse than a belly full of booze and a head full of AA. I say there's nothing worse than a belly full of booze and your mother's head full of Al-Anon, right? That's my story, right? But that Lois interaction, Dr. Silkworth didn't have Lois's response. Dr. Silkworth simply said to Bill, tell me your approach with these people. And so Bill W. did. And then in today's language, Dr. Silkworth basically told him that approach sucks. It's like the worst thing I ever heard. Like, it's never going to work. You can't tell drunks that you were in a hospital bed at 3 o'clock in the morning and God blew the window open and you felt like you were floating on a cloud in the mountains. Like, no drunk wants to hear that nonsense. And Dr. Silkworth told them, you have to stick to the medical estimate of alcoholism. You have to let them know and get them to the point where they know that you have the same thing wrong with them as they do. You have to get them to the allergy and the obsession. And even after Dr. Bob was asked many years after why a meeting that he only agreed that would be 15 minutes went a couple hours with this guy from New York, Dr. Bob said, because it was the first person I ever met who talked about his drinking, not mine. It was the first person who described their drinking, which was the same as mine. And we call that the Me Too moment. And so, you know, with new people, we got to get them to that Me Too moment. It's super important that we get them there. But we need an old timer or somebody who's been here before. So I just don't believe that the new person is the most important person in the room. Any others? Yeah, listen, why can't you bring up at your business meeting, what are we going to do if someone shows up at their first meeting? The group can decide maybe we want to change it to a first step meeting. Or the group can decide, no, we're going to go along and a couple of people are going to take that person off to the side and talk to them alone. But let the group make that decision informed. So let me go to the second tradition and then we'll go to a couple of questions. The long form, which is shorter than the short form, I know. For our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as may express himself in our group conscience. This is very difficult for people to live with. It is probably among old timers in way back in AA history, and now it's just hard for people to realize that the group always knows better. The group knows better than me. It knows better than you. Now, when it says there, but for our group purposes, one ultimate authority, a loving God, as may express ourselves in our group conscience, you may say, what's an informed group conscience? And I'm going to again go to the AA group pamphlet to page 28, where it says, what is an informed AA group conscience? It's right here. And it says, the group conscience is the collective conscience of the group membership and thus represents substantial unanimity on an issue before definitive action is taken. This is achieved by group members through the sharing of full information, individual points of view, and the practice of AA principles. To be fully informed requires a willingness to listen to minority opinions with an open mind. On sensitive issues, the group works slowly, discouraging formal motions until a clear sense of the collective view emerges. Placing principles before personalities, the membership is wary of dominant opinions. So it talks right there about, I know sometimes in some corners of AA, sponsors want their only go to the meetings I tell you to go to, and just go to the meetings I go to. But I'm going to tell you my experience in Alcoholics Anonymous, that it's beautiful everywhere, and that you should see it everywhere, and not show up like a closed mind like I can have sometimes, and show up and actually enjoy the difference of maybe what they do compared to what I do. But what I will tell you is, you will find the same people in every group around the world, just with different names. I'm just telling you, every personality in your home group is right now transformed, beamed into a meeting in Europe. And so this person right here, wary of dominant opinions, that person's in every meeting in Alcoholics Anonymous, sometimes more than one. But we always have a dominant opinion person who has to speak on every topic and has to go to the microphone every time. It says, if a voice is heard when a well-informed group arrives at a decision, the result rests on more than a yes or no count, precisely because it's the spiritual expression of group conscience. And it goes on to say in tradition too, ultimately they, meaning people in AA, divide into two classes, known in AA slang as elder statesmen and bleeding deacons. The elder statesman is the one who sees the for his reduced status, whose judgment, fortified by considerable experience, is sound, and who is willing to sit quietly on the sidelines, patiently awaiting developments. The bleeding deacon is one who is just as surely convinced that the group cannot get along without him, who constantly connives for re-election to office, and who continues to be consumed with self-pity. I will tell you my experience. I'm not sure this is a one or the other type thing, elder statesman or bleeding deacon. My experience has mostly been that elder statesmen have just bled out. Like they've just bled out. They've got rid of all their bleeding deacon stuff. It's taken weeks, months, or years, and they've arrived at a safer point, thank God. But it is important to understand that the group does know better. This is a thing that I actually think home groups do much better than districts and intergroups and areas. I truly do. I really do think that a lot of home groups are much better at informed group consciences that are free of outside influence. Because what I see in AA today, I feel like I was only armed in early sobriety with a pager. Okay, I didn't have a cell phone. I couldn't text, I couldn't get on Facebook. I had a pager. You could turn it upside down and spell with the numbers, if anybody remembers those days. And what would happen is the health freak non-smokers, who I viewed them at that time, would all of a sudden come to my home group and turn it non-smoking, like I'm going back early 90s, right? And then what would all the smokers do who didn't go to the business meeting? Well, we'd gather everyone in the diner and say, you got to come to the next business meeting. We got to turn this bad boy back smoking. And if you were alive at this time, I know some of you were in AA, you know what it was like. AA was nuts. I mean, meetings would go from smoking to non-smoking, month to month, week to week. It was insanity. I mean, I truly believe that God knew we could never safely deal with that subject and took it out of our hands, right? It's not even a question anymore. You can't smoke in public buildings, period. Have a good day. We were doing horrible at it. But I say that because that's not really a good informed group conscience. Like my plan of not going to the business meeting, and I don't like something that happened, and then getting all my people together and making sure we go to the next business meeting. I see that mentality happen a lot in intergroups and areas today with text messages and group texts and phone calls behind the scenes and service sponsorship family voting. And I'm talking about across the whole country. I see it happening everywhere. Even if I don't like the term service sponsorship, but even if it is a service sponsor, a regular sponsor, a mentor, whatever else it is, if you really want to know that you did your job helping someone, then that person should be comfortable voting different than you in a meeting. They should know that they can raise their hand and it doesn't matter what you think. That your job is not to tell them how to vote or where to vote. Your job is to tell them where to get the accurate AA information and let them reach their own spiritual conclusion. But, tradition two, what does it mean they do not govern? It simply means we don't have a lot of rules. Like we have very few rules. Some groups have some, but most of them come from the landlord. You ever be in a meeting like that? This group has no rules, but the landlord has a few. And then it sounds like the landlord doesn't have a few, they have a lot. But a lot stays because you can't meet in that building unless you follow the landlord's rules. But groups and other places in AA that have to embrace tradition too, it's all about ego. And it's all about taking the time to reach an informed group conscience, not rushing things. I love when people complain to me about the preamble and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you because it wasn't rushed. They've been discussing that a long time. It seems like what you're saying to me is, Billy, my group has not had a GSR or a GSR who's actually shown up at an assembly. That we can help you with. But if you start off by saying, I can't believe they changed the preamble, where have you been? Like, we don't do anything quick in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm not telling you whether I'm in favor of it or opposed of it. I'm just stating the facts about that discussion has been up for years. And I think the one thing I love about that issue, again, plain language, big book, preamble, I don't care. It doesn't matter what I think about either of them. I'm more respectful of what you think. But I know two great things about those two objects. They've gotten more people active in general service than anything else in the last 20 years. They got more groups making sure they have a GSR and not just somebody who has 2 years who they know is not going to go. They're making sure they have a GSR who shows up and comes back to their group and tells them what's going on in Alcoholics Anonymous. So I'm grateful to those two subjects for those things alone, because we need groups connected to the middle of AA. Otherwise, those 135 people voting in New York every April, otherwise it's just doing what they want to do. We need the groups connected. So there was a question, I love the way it was phrased. Third tradition, drugs versus alcohol. So now let's just get this out of the way. And we'll come back to third tradition questions, because Once I get past 3, I can fly to 12, a little distraction in 7 and 10, but I can fly. Yes, sir. On what topic? Go ahead. I just want to say, because of this tape, just question. Go ahead. The question is, because it says only one ultimate authority, what do I think of calling on people or round robin meetings? I think it's up to what that group decides. If the group decides they want a round robin meeting, it's fine. If a group decides they want to call on people, I personally, from a welcoming, accessibility, and inclusion kind of lens, I don't like, even if I know your name, of calling on you by your name, because then I think it tells a newcomer, oh, if I don't know somebody, that's the only way you get to speak here. So what's the difference between me pointing at you and having to say your name? I just don't say your name, only just because I want newcomers to feel totally welcome. And I don't want anyone to ever feel like there's a clique in AA. But I think if it is a round robin meeting, or God forbid, speak as the Spirit moves you, I love those meetings, like nobody is moved apparently the first 30 minutes. And then the last 10, there's 100 people talking over each other, right? That's every speak as the Spirit moves you meeting I've been to. But I think if the group decides it, then it's a decent group conscience. So I know there's going to be some debates on tradition 3. You have a question? Nope. Great question. The question is, why don't we take somebody else's number when we meet a newcomer rather than just give them our own? I think that's great. I think it's great to get somebody's phone number. I know people say all this other stuff, they got to want it, but let's face it, Bill went looking for Bob, right? And let's face it, you don't know how God works. I mean, there are some people who claim to know how God works. I do not know. I do not know how God works. I came here an atheist. I borderline every day as an agnostic to God knows what, but I don't know. But playing God is definitely, I don't think, part of being sober. And so what's the big deal if you were to call somebody or text somebody that you met at a meeting? I mean, and the reason I mean that is because it's like, I'll use this building as an example. And it's why I used to talk about the parking lot. How many people, honestly, in this room probably know this situation? You're in a meeting at a clubhouse or a church, whatever building that you usually go to. And the meeting ends, and you pick something up on somebody in that meeting. Maybe they didn't even share, but somebody that you see or that you know, something appears off to you. And when you're outside that door, as you're all walking your cars, somebody in AA did was say, hey, what's up? Like, how many lives have been saved in parking lots by people who didn't even want to say something in a meeting, but somebody went up to them after? I can't even, the number is, to me, so large. And so when I hear people say you shouldn't take somebody else's number, I just don't buy it. Like, what's the big deal? Especially in today's society. I mean, I never wanted to be how old I am now, but I can tell you, I could write a book on having millennial employees, right? Like, I have lots of them. And so I know like I carry money for tips because I travel a lot. They don't carry cash. So I lend them cash all the time because they don't carry cash. I know that when I take them out to lunch on a Monday, that they're all like paying each other back for the drinking they were doing over the weekend or the game they went to, or if they're roommates, they're splitting each other's bills up on Venmo and Cash App and and I also know this. They don't like phone calls and they don't even act like they know that voicemail even was invented. They don't use voicemail. If one of my young employees calls me, it's very simple. They hang up the phone when I don't answer and then they text me. They don't leave voicemails. So in today's world, like, what's the big deal? Message is somebody that you met in a meeting and said, hey, how's it going? You having a good day today? So yes, I think your point is an excellent. So the long form of the third tradition. I know we're going to have differences on this, but I hope I can explain it in a way that can put kind of the extremists on both sides, maybe come back to a little bit in the middle. It says our membership ought to include all those who suffer from alcoholism, period. Hence, we may refuse none who wish to recover, nor AA membership ever depend upon money or conformity. Any 2 or 3 alcoholics gathered together for sobriety may call themselves an AA group, provided that as a group, they have no other affiliation. So a couple of things to get out of the way. We don't have any disqualifiers in AA. We only have a qualifier. It doesn't matter what other problem you have wrong with you in your life. I always say, maybe this will be the first place I've ever been where, is there anyone here who has no other problems besides AA, besides alcoholism? Like not one other problem in your life? I've not found that person. But we don't care what those problems are. And we come into collision, and I'm not afraid to address it, with the outside world here. And we come into collision with kind of the recovery community. And I'm not afraid to address that either. During the pandemic, there was a thing called the new doctor's opinion that somebody gave on Zoom. And in that doctor's opinion, that doctor wanted the whole world to know that gambling, food addiction, sex addiction, codependency, drug addiction, and alcoholism are all the same. So if you've not been told that, I just want to pass that on to you. You have all of them, okay? So, you know, but total crazy town. And while that might be what the outside world believes, if they want to, it's not what we believe. It's not Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't care what anybody's other problems are, as long as one of them is alcoholism. I hear people say, well, anybody's a member if they say they are. Well, that's not what it says. It actually says any alcoholic is a member of our society when he says so. And then they say, well, it says the only requirement for membership is desire to stop drinking. Yes, that's for alcoholics. Just hate to break it to anybody. That's for alcoholics. That's why they made it that short. No one ever thought that non-alcoholics would be beating down the door trying to become members of Alcoholics Anonymous. There was never a thought in anyone's mind. But there's a lot of things we have to discuss here. Like, you know, we have a qualifier, not a disqualifier. And I always say nothing else matters, and quote my favorite, you know, one of my favorite Metallica songs, nothing else matters. We don't care about any of your other problems. We care about, are you an alcoholic? Now, for those of you that have been to a big book workshop or two, you know that we're very big on dictionaries and big book workshops. We love our dictionaries. In my office at home, I even have one of those 1939 unabridged dictionaries, this thick, because I was so into the guy leading that big book study at that time that I had to find a 1939 dictionary so that I had the definitions out of that big book. But why don't they want you to look up the definition of alcoholism? Because then you would have to drink. Like, I hate to break it to anyone if you have not looked at the definition of alcoholism in the dictionary lately, but it involves drinking alcohol. Alcoholism involves drinking alcohol. Actually uses the term imbibe, involves drinking alcohol. Now, the reason I love this question, drugs versus alcohol, is because I think drugs is such a red herring. Who cares if somebody in AA did drugs? Who cares if they're a sex addict? Who cares if they're a gambling addict? Who cares if they're a codependent? It has nothing to do with AA membership. Another favorite page of mine, page 18 of the AA group pamphlet, says this: the primary purpose of any AA group is to carry the AA message to alcoholics. Experience with alcohol is one thing that all AA members have in common. It is misleading to hint or give the impression that AA solves other problems or knows what to do about drug addiction. It doesn't say drug use, it says drug addiction. We don't claim to have the secret recipe for drug addiction. We claim to have the secret recipe for alcoholism. Now, how does that look in real life, day-to-day, practical? I'm going to give you a few examples. Do other problems go away when you work the 12 steps? The big book says yes. And most people's experience with other alcoholics is that other problems in their life seem to get better as they get sober in AA. That's a fact, but not all problems. I'll give you an example that I pass on all the time. A guy with 8 years sober sitting in front of me in a diner who just forged his wife's signature on a second mortgage application the day before because he was into a bookie for a lot of money. And obviously gambling was not getting better as a result of his AA membership in 12 steps. He had to go to GA. Now, I don't have my regular big book here, but I'm going to just pull up my electronic one. 18. So some people I hear say this. They say, Billy, steps 2 to 12 are the same. It doesn't matter what their first step problem is. That's not true. I'm going to read to you Dr. Bob's words. Let me just pull up a big book. Let's see if I have that page from forward to the second edition. I won't be able to give you the page number because it's my electronic version, but it is the paragraph that starts with this physician. And here it goes. This physician, meaning Dr. Bob, had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. Meaning he was going to the Oxford group, he was doing the 6 principles of the Oxford group, it failed. But when the broker, meaning Bill W., gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the spiritual remedy, and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he had never had before. So identification is key. People say the first 164 pages of the big book, but in the 4th edition, I want to say Working with Others ends on page like 103 or 104. That's where the program of action is. The forewords, the preface, the doctor's opinion, and the first 104 pages, all the way to the end of working with others. At least half of that is dedicated towards identification as an alcoholic. People throw around the term, are you a friend of Bill's? I always say, I don't care if you're a friend of Bill's. I want to know if you're a friend of Fred or Jim's and more about alcoholism. Like, do you have a personal relationship with Fred and Jim and more about alcoholism? Like, those are the key stories. What, Mr. Brown too? Yeah. But here's what I do want to say. I'm not about throwing people out of AA. But AA is the killing fields right now. Whether we want to admit it or not, it is. Heroin addicts are dying at a level while attending AA meetings that we've never seen before in our entire history as a fellowship. It's just a fact. You can't go anywhere where there's a lot of young people getting sober where you can't pass a board in a clubhouse or somewhere with some memorial notice up. So much so for me that I got so tired of it that I started going to HA meetings to learn about it. Because I would run into these young kids that never drank. Stone cold heroin and fentanyl users. So much so that I wound up serving on the Heroin Anonymous World Service Board. As in, like in AA, we have non-alcoholic trustees. I served as a non-heroin addict member of their board. And I would tell anybody here, if anyone has convinced you that it's all the same, they've lied to you. They've told you a lie that is killing people. Are there plenty of alcoholics who use drugs who've gotten sober? Of course. Most in today's day and age. But don't let anyone convince you that every heroin addict is an alcoholic. Because they're not. Just like every alcoholic is not a drug addict. If you don't believe me, I would just ask you to take the time whenever you have it and Google Heroin Anonymous World Services and go to their website and go to their Grapevine magazine, which is online. It's called The Main Line. And read the stories of men and women whose lives have been saved because of identification. See, what Dr. Bob says here, listen to his great words. Repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but failed. But when the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the remedy for his malady with a willingness he never had before. Heroin addicts I know that have come to AA that are not alcoholic have told me that just hearing people tell their AA story didn't make them feel hopeless. They got that from identification with other heroin addicts. The same thing can happen with codependents or gamblers. So I'm not like some lunatic telling people, oh, throw people out. People say, well, do you mind when some people call them an alcoholic and something else? Well, I think it's not needed. I think it's distracting to the newcomer. But I don't let it wreck my day. I kind of go with the John G. rule because he used to say he doesn't believe anything a newcomer says for a year anyway, so why is he going to get mad? Why is he going to get mad at what somebody's calling themselves? But by the way, I mean, and I'll just throw this in now. I know it's very easy to sit around tables. We all sit around. And it's easy to blame the newcomer. It's easy to blame the treatment center. It's easy to blame the sober house. It's easy to blame everybody else. But the truth is, newcomers in AA are learning all this bad stuff with people in AA with double-digit sobriety. They're not learning it from the treatment center. They're not learning it they're learning it right here. It's when somebody with 20 years thinks they need to call themselves something else besides an alcoholic in a meeting. That's when it sends the wrong message. And it's not that we're against anyone that's something else. It just doesn't matter in AA. Now, the outside world that believes everything's the same is going to tell you different, but that's the outside world, and this is AA. You do need to be an alcoholic. You do need to be an alcoholic to do service at an AA meeting. I mean, that's just who it is. That's just who we are. But I think we caused some of this trouble ourselves. I was here when it happened. You know, I came into AA in the early 80s. I was a teenager. I was not a drug user. Not because I have anything against drugs. My dad ran the narcotics unit where I lived, right? So when your dad is an undercover narcotics agent, you don't do drugs, right? If you behave as bad as I behave regularly, and then worse with alcohol, you do not want to run into someone that works for your dad, right? So I stayed away. It's not my thing. But so many people in AA got crazy about, you know, if you mentioned one drug during your talk, and I'm not like that. See, if you mention drug use, to me, that's no different than driving drunk, one-night stands, depression, whatever else you do while you're drinking. Now, if you start talking about drug addiction, which that's what the pamphlet says. The pamphlet says, misleading to hint or give the impression that AA solves other problems or knows what to do about drug addiction. And here's the thing. The other thing I love about this question about drugs or alcohol, let's talk about the history. I think it's the history we don't like of the third tradition. Drugs and alcohol is much more a fifth tradition question than it is a third. The third tradition is a membership requirement. And it talks about some history that maybe we don't like talking about. And again, I'm going to keep politics, outside issues, everything outside. But let's talk about the traditions in 1946 and what the United States of America looked like in 1946. It doesn't matter what, again, I'm only talking historic facts, not whether I have an opinion on any of this. But in 1946, it was illegal for members of the human race who were not members of the same color, nationality, to gather in public in all 50 states. That's not a political opinion. That's a fact. That in many states in the country that I was born in and raised in and live in, you could not gather together in a public place. Illegal. I have a brother who's a member of AA. My brother happens to be gay. He happened to be married. I don't really care how I feel about gay marriage, how you feel about gay marriage. None of my business. I know this. In 1946, my brother couldn't get married in any of the 50 states in the United States. Not legal. So I say that because this tradition is the ultimate and original diversity and inclusion statement of Alcoholics Anonymous. Not popular with a lot of people, by the way. Because it said, we don't care who you are. We don't care if you're black. We don't care if you're white. We don't care if you're gay. We don't care if you're trans. We don't care if you're Catholic. We don't care if you don't believe in God. We don't care if you're Jewish. And as I always say, we don't even care if you're a Boston Red Sox fan. If you're an alcoholic, you're entitled to a seat here. That's it. And in today's day and age, when I get to Tradition 10 after lunch, this requires more work today in AA than it did in 1946. Someone sits next to me at a meeting, I have to have reached a point in my own spiritual development. I don't care if they're for the death penalty against it. I really don't care if they're pro-gun or anti-gun. I can't care whether they're pro-life or pro-choice. I can't care who they're voting for. If I'm a real alcoholic and my life depends on this, then my only job is to offer my hand to help the next alcoholic, period. And that's difficult in today's day and age in certain places. Even in my own home group a couple of years ago, the day after a debate, unfortunately, again, back to my earlier example, not someone with 3 years, someone with 30 years was the first to share that day and needed to take the inventory of all the people who participated in the debate the night before, tying in some web of conspiracy of what he thought. And I will tell you, thank God, like about 4 people later, a woman shared and said, hey, we don't talk about that stuff here. We don't do that here. We keep that stuff way away from AA. And then a couple of other people shared. And I will tell you, after the meeting, I was talking to a couple of those people. And, you know, this was in Roswell, Georgia. Was I in Roswell? No, I was in, I was somewhere in Georgia. I'm forgetting the name of the town around the corner from my office in Alpharetta. But this young gay man came up to a couple of people and shared with them. He said, you know, this is the first time I was here. I have 3 days sober. I'm gay, and I just want to thank you because I really thought like I wasn't welcome here. I really thought by like what he said in his share that this was not a place for me to come back to. And again, I really don't care. I already disclosed I have a gay brother, but I came here a racist, an anti-Semite, and a whole bunch of other things, and where I come from and how I was raised. And that's not a political statement either. For me, you cannot be a recovered member of, I cannot be a recovered member of Alcoholics Anonymous and hate at the same time. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So that's not political. But I have enough respect and experience in AA where if you told me you don't like these people and you don't like that people, I'd be like, you're entitled to your opinion. Like, I'm out of the no business session for the most part. None of my business. But in AA, like, that young man has a right to feel safe wherever he is. And so the outside issues part gets tied to the original reason for this tradition, which was we need to let everyone know that they're welcome here. And I've had people debate me, typically people a little older than me who are very involved in the service structure. And they just don't know our history. I don't know what else to tell you. At the third General Service Conference in 1953, there was a sharing session about segregated meetings. Bill W. chaired that sharing session. They came up with all kinds of solutions like, hey, it's illegal for us to meet together here, so we can put a temporary we can hang a towel or something and make it look like they were talking about what can we do to get AA to everybody with the current laws that were in place at that time. But the delegate from North Carolina got up and stated, don't worry about North Carolina. We don't have that problem. There's no colored alcoholics in North Carolina. Now, that's a pretty bold statement scientifically and math and medically, you know? It's a pretty bold statement. But what I would ask anyone is, because I came here as a teenager, if I was a young Black alcoholic teenager, how safe would I feel sitting next to somebody who said that? And that's why Bill wrote the tradition, to get all of this nonsense outside of AA. The only thing we care about is alcoholism. Now, there's a downside, which is when people try to they want to make people alcoholic. They want to think AA needs to be a numbers game. that we need to be bigger in order to be better. And that's just simply not true. You know, I'll shut up before we go eat lunch now, but I'll tell you this. We like to brag, and I don't think it's bad. We're the first fellowship. We're the first 12-step fellowship. We are the original Noah's Ark with 2 of every messed up alcoholic, and we have this. And sometimes we like to think that there's no other passionate people in other 12-step fellowships. Or we like to put down other fellowships in our meetings or say things about other fellowships. And I'm here to tell you that I know it's noontime on a Saturday and the weather's decent and we're inside, but there are people in Narcotics Anonymous and people in Crystal Meth Anonymous and people in Al-Anon and people in Heroin Anonymous who are just as dedicated members of their fellowship as you are of yours. And in today's day and society, really what you need to do is to make sure you know who those people are in your community and their phone numbers are in your phone. And instead of just telling people to go to an HA meeting or an NA meeting, take them there. Don't just sentence somebody to death. But this tradition is about membership. We'll get more when we get into tradition 5 and we'll go to questions in a second. So thank you. Time for food, right? Thanks.
Won't get much without this. Oh, here, let me get it. I know, I need it. Whenever busy out to the speaker, that's the.
Okay, welcome back, Billy Alcoholic. I do want to reference this small little pamphlet. I talked about it earlier, that there's not a lot of stuff that gives straight, direct answers in AA literature. But this one does. It says, specifically, here's a list of questions we are often asked. Can a non-alcoholic pill or drug addict become an AA member? No. Can such a person be brought as a visitor to an open AA meeting for help and inspiration? Yes. If so, should these non-alcoholic pill or drug users be led to believe they have become AA members? No. Can a pill or drug taker who also has a genuine alcoholic history become a member of AA? Yes. So those are very membership specific, which they're clear and they're good, but they don't go into the part of life and death enough for me. For me, I'm not about kicking anybody out of AA, but I'm also not about convincing someone else who doesn't have alcoholism that we can solve their problems. And so often I hear in AA, NA this, CA that, whatever. It's just, I don't know why we have to be taking every other fellowship's inventory. If you don't go to that fellowship, why do you need to comment about it? Because there are people in those fellowships whose lives are being saved. I sometimes have had the chance to introduce a friend or two of mine to an active member of another fellowship, and they are always amazed that there are members of those fellowships who are as active as the people in AA. And I always say, we don't own the backyard on lunatic members. Like, those other fellowships, they have great, active, passionate members. And they have a solution for the problems that those non-alcoholics have. So I will go to some tradition 3 questions before I go on. Does anyone have any that are here, right here in person? Any online? No third tradition questions online? Okay, I'll give it one more chance. Yes. Well, obviously, it sounds like she's an alcoholic. If she chooses, I don't know why anyone would want to call themselves more than one thing in a singular purpose group, right? But I would say, if you have any time on your hands, just write this note down and do it later. Just Google Narcotics Anonymous bulletin number 13, which is probably one of the greatest things written about this subject, but just not written by someone in AA, written by someone in NA. And that trustee in NA talks about how important language is. You know, sober in AA, clean in NA, addict in NA, alcoholic in AA. But he talks about that because we don't want any alcoholic to think they have to be anything other than an alcoholic. But on the other hand, I'm not sure you're changing anybody with 45 years at this point. So I'm just going to. Narcotics Anonymous bulletin number 13. Did you have a question? Anybody else have a question? Okay, none online? Excellent. So this next tradition, I'm going to read the long form. Tradition 4. With respect to its own affairs, each AA group should be responsible to no other authority than its own conscience. But when its plans concern the welfare of neighboring groups also, those groups ought to be consulted. And no group, regional committee, or individual should ever take any action that might greatly affect AA as a whole without first conferring with the trustees of the General Service Board. On such issues, our common welfare is paramount. What I would point out first on that, if you do happen to look at the short form of Tradition 4, is autonomous and autonomy are not mentioned in the long form. We throw those words around AA like they weigh like a feather. People love to be autonomous. Those words are not mentioned in the long form. In Traditions Illustrated, it talks about autonomy is for customs, not traditions. We have 12 traditions, and I don't know how many million customs. We only have 12 traditions. And Tradition 1 in Traditions Illustrated says we basically have one tradition, unity. The other 11 are a way to keep the unity and stay in unity. The other thing important about Tradition 4, I'll throw you a little warning out. You can think of this day the next time this happens, but it'll happen, is you will be in some AA business meeting and someone will throw out autonomy or Tradition 4. And what you can guarantee is about 3 or 4 of the other traditions are about to be run over with a tractor trailer. Like that is usually what happens. And I just want to stress this. Tradition 4 is not a veto power over any of the other 11 traditions. Tradition 4 does not apply to the other 11 traditions. It applies to local customs. And even in the long form, it says, with respect to its own affairs. That means, do you like Earl Grey or English breakfast tea at your meeting? Do you like cupcakes on anniversary night or sheet cakes? Do you like your meeting to start at 7 and it's an hour, or do you prefer 7:30 and an hour and a half? Do you like your meeting to be a big book meeting or a 12 and 12 meeting or a speaker meeting or an open discussion meeting? Those are all well within your autonomy. It's a local affair. I do want to stress something, and I know that some people have a different opinion, and that's fine, but the preamble is kind of the perfect example for me to do it. Is I hear people that tell me, even the Grapevine editor said it somewhere, and I totally disagree with him, that you can use whatever version of the preamble you want. The old one, the new one. I don't know where it says that in AA literature. I will tell you the downside of using the old version. And I was just, it's funny, I was talking to, is it Joe who has the restaurant? He grew up, he drank in the same woods I drank in, actually. We graduated the same year, high schools right next door to each other, right down the street from each other, basically. But I was talking to him, and if any of you knew Charlie P from Texas, who passed away a couple of weeks ago, and Charlie P was his sponsor, and I was at a men's retreat in Texas about a year ago, and I was speaking on Saturday night. And when the newcomer who was asked to read the preamble read it, he said, "We're a fellowship of people," and half the crowd screamed out, "Men and women," as he said people. That's just what happened. I've seen that happen in other places where a person or two. But let me tell you the downside of being so attached from a practical experience. If you are still saying the old version of the preamble, or your group is, and you support that, then you have given up every right to complain about anyone else who changes any AA literature. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. So it doesn't even matter if you don't like the word people compared to men and women. I struggle with the way the decision was made, not the actual decision. People doesn't really bother me. I struggle with the twisted history that was given to change it. I'm not offended by the word people at all. But a lot of people don't know that the word women was put in for a very specific reason. It was not too long after women were given the right to vote. There were not a lot of women in Alcoholics Anonymous, and Bill and other people wanted to make sure that women were treated equally. So all these kind of diversity and inclusion lunatics who are out there, I spend my time at work on diversity and inclusion. It's an important topic to me. It's the way it's twisted and used in Alcoholics Anonymous that is not based on any reality that kind of blows my mind. But I want the big book to stay the big book. If I embrace that I get to change people to men and women just because I don't like it, well, do you get to change the chapter how it works? Do you get to change working with others? Do you get to change? I mean, it's either unity or nothing. And if I'm going to be in favor of unity, well, then the group conscience of Alcoholics Anonymous as a whole is people, and I'm going to go with people all day long. But I'm not so spiritually healed that my number one reason going for people is that it's the group conscience. My number one reason that I'm embracing people is because there's lots of other people out there changing all kinds of things in our literature. And I want to make sure that when I speak up about that, I'm not being a hypocrite. That it's okay for me to change, but not okay for you to change. No, it's not okay for any of us. And that's what the part of the tradition is saying with respect to its own affairs. Your group doesn't have the right to change the preamble. It's not your affair. That would be like your group meeting this week and sending a letter to the General Service Office next week saying, "Dear GSO, we met down in Hilton Head. And you know what? We've decided to move the international convention. We don't want to have it in Vancouver. It's going to Los Angeles. Just want to let you know, we made that decision." You don't have that right. It's not your group conscience. Changing literature is not a group's right. It's a right that belongs to all of Alcoholics Anonymous through the General Service Conference. Autonomy is the cause for a lot of problems in Alcoholics Anonymous because people use it for one of the other traditions. Usually whenever I hear, out of respect for the fourth tradition or any kind of fourth tradition, it just means that someone wants to trample over one of the other traditions. You don't have a right to redefine open and closed meetings. That's AA group conscience as a whole. It's in the AA literature I read to you. If you're one of those people who says that the big book is the only literature, I don't pay attention to any other literature, that's great that that's your opinion, but that's not the opinion of the group conscience of Alcoholics Anonymous as a whole. You know, one of the reasons that I love the tradition so much is that I love the big book. And I already mentioned Don P once today, and doesn't surprise me. Of course, there's a Don P old sponsee, which happens a lot of places that I travel. But you know, one of the things he said in the 90s really resonates with me. We talk about the big book revolution. I don't want to talk about it that much because some of it is false history. A little of it's true, but a lot of it is false. If you talk to old timers that were around, especially 80s, 70s, 60s, there's a big difference between the average person that comes into AA today and back then. The average person that came into AA back then was churched. The average person that came into AA back then grew up in some kind of religious environment. I know tons of alcoholics. I came in as a teenager who they might have not had a perfectly highlighted big book, but they believed in God to the bottom of their soul. They had no problem believing in God. They believed in God already. They didn't even need the book to find God. They believed in God. I'm the opposite. I thought they were crazy for believing in God. I could go on as to how arrogant I was, but say this carefully, without, because it's recorded, I don't want to cause too much controversy. When you hear somebody get to a podium and say that people were hiding the big book from them, well, that's always a lie. No one's hiding the big book from anybody. I just wasn't looking for the big book. As I often say, if I saw you get out of your car in a church parking lot with your own big book, I would never talk to you. Like, what kind of lunatic brings their own book to the meeting, right? Like, so I was not on a search quest for the big book. Predominant amount of people in the country today, especially it's easy to use. I like to use real statistics. The military is easy to use. If you went back 40 years ago, you would be able to know what was the top listing. Roman Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, Methodist, Presbyterian was very clear. Today, if you were to go into that, the second largest category is what they called none, and not the Catholic version of NUN, but the other version of NONE, meaning no organized religion affiliation. The world has changed. Lots of people come into AA with different views. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's just a fact. And we shouldn't use the big book to scare people. It was never meant to be a weapon of mass destruction, or it was meant to be, as I like to call it, because I stole it from someone else. It's not the treasure, it's the map. It's the treasure map. It's the map to the treasure. The book itself is not the treasure. And we have a lot of people saying a lot of things that are just not historically accurate. But one of the things that Don P said that scared him a lot was when this big book kind of renaissance happened, and you can trace it back. In 1980, the International Convention is in New Orleans. Joe and Charlie put on their first big workshop 2 days before that convention. Their lives were never the same afterwards. They went on tour forever after that. Two old guys who just like to talk about the big book. They were not any kind of hellfire and brimstone preachers. They were just two old guys who had a good understanding of the big book. If you ever listen to Car Talk, those two brothers, Click and Clack on NPR, they were like the Click and Clack of Alcoholics Anonymous. And people got really into the book. And today we have people into the book, and we have so many different Navy SEAL type divisions of big book AA, right? I mean, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to insult anybody. And I respect all of them. Where I draw the line is where yours is right and mine is wrong. Instead of having some kind of spiritual open-mindedness of not everything that's good for me is good for everybody else. which is a place that I needed to get to. But one of the things that Don used to talk about is this big book renaissance is awesome, but we're going to wind up with a lot of first legacy only alcoholics and Alcoholics Anonymous, meaning they've been armed with the solution for alcoholism, but total disregard for the traditions or the concepts. Almost to the belief where some people tell me, and people, really honest, good people who love the big book, say, Billy, we don't need the traditions. I don't like the traditions. They're really not part of AA. And what I say to those people is, maybe your story, the person I'm talking to, is different than mine. Maybe your story is that if you came to AA on your sobriety date and there was no such thing as Alcoholics Anonymous, your life would be the way it is today in as good a shape as it is. That's not my story. I don't believe for a second that if on January the 5th of 1990, Alcoholics Anonymous didn't exist, that my life would be where it is today. Without AA, I'm a dead man. A dead man. And so I try to get people to see that, like, the real beauty of the traditions is that whatever your sobriety date is, AA existed on that day. Like, AA was here. Whether it was you were in a treatment center, whether you made a phone call to an intergroup, whatever it is, like, AA was here. And AA always hasn't been here. In fact, it's been here a very short amount of time. You know, I'll share a story with you and you can, you know, Google it or find it later on. But, you know, I wish we would tell this story more often in the service structure because we don't tell it a lot. And I wish I knew why. And only a few people knew what was going on when it was going on. But in 1998, like I asked earlier, what are we protecting? Like, how important is what we're protecting? In 1998, the editors of Time magazine decided they knew two things were going to happen in 2 years, in the year 2000. They knew Time magazine would turn 80 years old. And they knew that the old century would end and the new century would begin. We would go from the 20th to the 21st century. A lot of people here are in my age group for sure. If you worked anywhere in the world at that time, all we heard about was Y2K, right? I worked in the corporate world. The world was going to end. The ball was going to drop at midnight. There'd be no more world. It would just all blow up. Every computer would destroy. Nothing like that ever happened, by the way. I'm sure a lot of people made a lot of money on it, but the editors of Time magazine really were concerned about this 80 years old change of the century. So they hired a committee of the greatest historians around the world. Without disrespecting AA archivists or historians, not AA archivists or historians. The smartest people in the smartest academic universities regarding history of the world, all around the world. When they assembled that committee had one job when they put them together for a couple of weeks, was to identify the 80 most important days of the 20th century, to start on January the 1st of 1900 and to end up until that date, 1998, and identify the most important days. If you order that book, eBay, whatever, you can order it tonight. It's called The 80 Days That Changed the World by Time magazine. If you go about 15 pages into the section on the 1930s, you will land on a picture of Bill and Bob, where it says June 10th, 1935, the birth of Alcoholics Anonymous. When a broken stockbroker from New York met with a broken surgeon in Akron, and from that meeting led to the birth of Alcoholics Anonymous. It has not only saved millions of alcoholic lives, but has passed their solution on to other people who have other problems. When I say protect, that's what I mean. Like, what are we protecting? Like, if you go a couple of pages before or a couple of pages after AA's page in that book, and you see what AA's birth is compared to, it's compared to women getting the right to vote. It's compared to the wall coming down in Berlin. It's compared to Martin Luther King giving the I Had a Dream speech. It's compared to Jackie Robinson being the first black man to play in professional baseball. It's compared to landing on the moon. I mean, that's what the smartest historians in the world, that's where they put AA. So when I say protect, I'm not saying in any kind of like, I need you to protect the Oasis Club in Palm Beach Gardens, because I like to go there on Fridays and Mondays at 9 a.m. and they have a coffee bar if I don't get to stop for coffee on the way. When I say protect, I'm not talking about just protect my AA, because AA is more important than my AA. And that's why utilization of this fourth tradition, when it's not supposed to be used, causes a lot of difficulties. Anyone have any questions on the fourth tradition? Any online? None online? Any in person on the fourth tradition? Okay. Fifth tradition. Each Alcoholics Anonymous group ought to be a spiritual entity having but one primary purpose, that of carrying its message to the alcoholic who still suffers. So people ask me questions about this all the time, like, what about lawyers' meetings and young people's meetings and gay meetings and whatever else meetings? Like, are they against the fifth tradition? Well, not really. Because they have one primary purpose, to help the alcoholic. It's dual purpose meetings that run into trouble with the fifth tradition. Who you are, we don't care who you are. We're here to deal with your alcoholism. But when you start having meetings like AA for gunshot victims, AA and cancer victims, AA and head injuries, you start to go down a dangerous path. If you start to think that AA somehow has the power to help with those other issues. If there's anything I love about the big book, is that it pretty much says if you need help with something else, go get it. Don't listen to any other lunatic who tells you not to get outside help. I mean, sometimes I joke around. I know we call it the International Convention, the one that's every 5 years. I call it the largest gathering of unlicensed medical providers in the world. You know, like, we do not prescribe. As such, we don't unprescribe. Like, a lot of people don't know that. Like, in all 50 states, like, only a doctor or someone of medically equivalence can not only prescribe medicine, but tell someone who's been prescribed to stop. Like, I don't have that right in the state I live in. I don't get to diagnose in a parking lot and say, you know what? Yeah, you can get the same from therapy and psychoanalysis and AA. No, we don't do that. We stick to Alcoholics Anonymous and the solution to alcoholism. And all we have is our 12 steps. We don't have a lot. I always joke around, if I have a ruler at my desk, like, we're really tall and really narrow. We know a lot about one thing. I mean, and sometimes we get off. I mean, I'm sure other people have, you know, sometimes I'm not sure how really good topic meetings are in Alcoholics Anonymous, where it's like a topic from the floor rather than a topic from our literature. But I'm sure I'm not the only one who's been in an AA meeting where anyone says, anyone have a topic? Someone's like, oh yeah, my girlfriend won't stop drinking. And I live with her and she's smoking weed in the middle of the night when she comes home and she's drinking, and then like 7 AA people give their experience, strength, and hope, until finally one person says, you know, we have a sister fellowship that we cooperate with. It's called the Worldwide Fellowship of Al-Anon Family Groups in Alateen. And they're the experts at this subject. And that's what they deal with. We don't deal with that in Alcoholics Anonymous. We don't know anything about that. And, you know, Tradition 5 is there to remind us having but one primary purpose, you know, carrying the message to the alcoholic who still suffers. And yes, the alcoholic who still suffers comes in many versions, as I said earlier. Who's in their first 90 days, who's in their last 90 days. I mean, you know, that happens, but most of the time it's ego that drags us down these other kind of pathways when we get involved into situations that we just shouldn't be involved with. And unfortunately, alcoholics love frothy emotional appeal. They can't help themselves. We do. That's why it warns about it in the doctor's opinion. We love frothy emotional appeal. So when we do go down one of those dangerous roads in a meeting or a group, a lot of times frothy emotional appeal wins over. Everyone's afraid to hurt someone's feelings or say this or do this. But I worry more about, I want that person who comes to AA to just get good old AA. And when we don't have a solution for one of their other problems, to like send them in a direction where they can get it, rather than play therapist or psychoanalyst or anything else. Any questions on Tradition 5? Yes, sir. What do you mean by that? Got it. I believe the traditions apply to all of AA. The concepts were not written when the traditions were written. They weren't even written when the General Service Conference, they weren't published until 1961. Again, I could refer to Don. I said there are 36 spiritual principles. It would be very easy if I was in the debating society, which I'm not supposed to be. But if I was, I could debate there are only 24 spiritual principles. And that the concepts are basically just an expansion of the 12 traditions and how to carry out our world services, particularly an expansion of Tradition 2 and Tradition 9. We refer to them as a separate set of 12 spiritual principles. You can apply them to the group in the district, in the area. But I would warn about interpretation. You know, someone called me, they were given a big presentation last year, and their assignment was to do step 1, Tradition 1, concept 1, and to weave in the spiritual connection of the 3. Now that sounds very frothy. It sounds like something that would sound good, but it's historically not true. There is no connection horizontally between step 1, Tradition 1, and concept 1. Now, there are some members of AA who have come up with their own connections, which make sense, but very different between me saying something I came up with and something that's AA. I think the concepts can be applied, home, work, life, other places in AA, but I think you have to be very careful because they're specifically written for where the concepts are written. If you took, this is not a concepts workshop, but if you took those 12 concepts 1 to 5 are like the Bill of Rights of the AA groups. The groups are in charge. They carry that out through their delegate. They have the right of decision, the right of participation, and the right of minority opinion and appeal. It's kind of like our Bill of Rights. Concepts 6, 7, and 8 are really a description of the complicated relationship between the legal entity of the trustees and the spiritual entity of the General Service Conference. And then concepts 9, 10, and 11 kind of spell out in a lot of narrative description how we carry out those services at the General Service Office and the 3 corporations. And then concept 12 is the general warranties, which is the same as Article 12 of the concept chart of the conference charter. So what I'm saying is, once you get past to like concept 6, there's some good information in there, but it was specifically written for the bottom of the triangle, for where the legal and the spiritual meet head on. And as someone who served there for 8 years, it is a big pain in the ass where the legal and the spiritual meet head on, and doesn't make doing things easier, and requires a lot of thought and contemplation. But I do believe they have value to the groups. But I've seen groups that go off the deep end because of too much structure. All of a sudden, it looks like the group is run like Congress. All of a sudden, like it's harder to, like, I don't know. I think I'll get to it at the ninth tradition, but it says AA as such should not be organized. And I believe that's like AA on the front lines at the group level. It needs as least organization as possible. Anything else? Yes, sir, in the back. I'm going to get to that in the next tradition for sure. Oh, yeah. Sure, I'll get to that a little bit in tradition 6. But in AA, we have the hat rule. It was invented by David A. David A. was a past trustee at large from Dallas, Texas. You were Don P. Sponsee, you would know David A. If you're ever at a conference or convention, you see any David A. tapes, pick them up. They're gold. They're gold. His talks on the traditions and the concepts. But David A. loved to talk about the hat. We can only wear one hat at a time in Alcoholics Anonymous. We do not wear multiple hats. So when we come to a regular AA meeting, we have our member hat on. That's it. We're not allowed any other hat. Doesn't matter what we do for a living. Doesn't matter what degrees we have. Doesn't matter what certifications we have. Like, we are here as an AA member. So the way that gets transposed is this. If you're speaking at an AA meeting or doing an AA workshop or panel, if you happen to have one of those designations in the front of your name or at the back of your name, they don't belong in AA. AA members are not esquires. They are not doctors. They are not authors. They are not CPCUs. They are not anything. AA members are just simply an AA member. Now, if you were, I don't know, MSW, if you were a social worker and you were an AA and you were invited to speak at an AA event as a social worker, well, then you don't disclose your AA membership. You're there to speak as a social worker. But you have to choose one or another in AA. And the lines get blurred and people don't like to talk about it because I will say this, it's more the designation after, but there's some difficulties with father, sister, doctor. Those come before the name. In Alcoholics Anonymous, if somebody wanted to argue to me that father or sister was more of their name and not a designation, I don't know. I'd have to really, really smoke like 3 Cuban cigars to see if I could get an answer. But I think it has no business in AA, to be perfectly honest. You're just a member or you're not. The latest thing we've seen, because everybody's writing books, is author. And I think you have to be very careful. Are you only being asked to be there as the author? Well, then don't give any AA opinions or anything else. Be there as the author. But we've had a book, The Writing of the Big Book. We've had some other books, and we have to be very careful about having 2 classes of AA membership. Any other? Yes, sir. Gotcha. So the question, I just want to make sure people on the tape hear your question. The question's about using other literature that's not AA literature in AA meetings and groups. So you can get the official answer from the General Service Office. We do not censure, we do not censor. And I'm going to put 24 hours a day in a separate category, only because it existed so much longer. We didn't have a daily reflections book, and it was a custom at many AA meetings to use that 24-hour day book. I'm not sure it's any of my business to tell them to stop using it. And if all they're doing is reading like 2 paragraphs at the beginning of a meeting, I'm not going to lose my mind over it. But the book that was mentioned, which was Drop the Rock, and other books that are mentioned, there's a difficulty with them. I mean, sometimes we tell people the only job of a sponsor is to take somebody through the steps, and that's not really true. It's really to give them an introduction to Alcoholics Anonymous and what AA is and what AA isn't. The problem with non-AA literature at AA meetings is that the newcomer does not know it's non-AA literature. The newcomer thinks it's AA. And I know there's a lot of popular ones today. The Women's Way Through the Steps, I think, is the name of the book. And there's a couple of ones that I hear about, but it just worries me because, you see, it's not that the books are inherently bad. If I could give you an example of when we split hairs and when it becomes a problem is, let's say that 90% of us in here vote, you know, Drop the Rock's a pretty AA related book, we'll use it. And let's say that, like, I don't know, 2 months from now, a women's group of some women that go to that group that uses Drop the Rock says, you know, we're going to use Women's Way Through the Steps. And people say, oh, okay, we'll use that book. But then what happens if 2 months later it's the Bible? That's my issue with non-AA literature, because we have to start evaluating which non-AA literature is acceptable and which is not. And I'm not sure we want to be involved in evaluating non-AA literature, because then we have to make judgments and give opinions. And I think it's a lot easier to just say, we use conference-approved literature or AA grapevine literature in Alcoholics Anonymous, and then we don't have to get in arguments about which outside literature is acceptable. So that's my view on that. I know some people have some other takes on it. I do think open up your backyard, read Drop the Rock around your pool. Sounds like a great idea to me. Any of those other books. I mean, Emmett Fox books. How many people want to bring them into Alcoholics Anonymous? But again, I worry about the person who will exclude. I worry about the person who has been told AA is not religious or AA is not this, and all of a sudden they're in a meeting and they see that. Because like I said before about the person who's new, they will go to another meeting and think that what they just saw at yours was AA. And they're going to want to bring that there. And we have a responsibility there. Any other questions? Okay. Tradition 6 long form is very long, just warning you. Problems of money, property, and authority may easily divert us from our primary spiritual aim. We think, therefore, that any considerable property or of genuine use to AA should be separately incorporated, managed, thus dividing the material from the spiritual. An AA group as such should never go into business. Secondary aids to AA, such as clubs or hospitals, which require much property or administration, ought to be incorporated and so set apart that if necessary, they can be freely discarded by the groups. Hence, such facilities ought not to use the AA name. Their management should be the sole responsibility of those people who financially support them. For clubs, AA managers are usually preferred, but hospitals, as well as other places of recuperation, ought to be well outside AA and medically supervised. While an AA group may cooperate with anyone, such cooperation ought never go so far as affiliation or endorsement, actual or implied. An AA group can bind itself to no one. So I try to be careful what I say here, because it's a sensitive subject. When I came into AA as a teenager and growing up, and I'm sure there's people here with more time than me who might have the same experience. I was at the first treatment revolution, which was the 80s. You got caught with a joint in your sock drawer, you got sent to treatment, right? That was the 1980s. And there was no limit on insurance. You could go to rehab as many times as you wanted, not like today, right? But before that kind of end of the 80s treatment explosion, whenever you ran into my experience was when you ran into someone in AA who was a counselor, it was usually the same story. It was usually a man or a woman, sober over 30 or 40 years, who retired from their regular job, who now had some kind of part-time job where they felt like they were useful, and it did not dominate the world we lived in. And they definitely, I never remember AA being used as a place to advertise or establish a brand. And I definitely never remember in the 90s and the early 2000s of speakers talking about the recovery industry from the podium and naming where they work and what they do. So it's greatly changed. I mean, there is a difference between being a member of the recovery community and a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. The two are not always the same. You can be a member of one without being a member of the other, that's for certain. But AA, poor Dr. Silkworth. I don't know if any of you ever been to his grave. I think there's a couple of people here from New Jersey who have, but he's buried in Long Branch, New Jersey, in a very regular cemetery. And if you don't know this, the year that Bill W. wound up for the last time at Towns Hospital in December of 1934, at that time, based on current earning and value of the dollar, Dr. Silkworth made $23,000 a year. That was his pay as an MD in 2023 money. So I'm sure Dr. Silkworth, if he would have come out of his grave for a day, he'd probably die of a heart attack right away when he realized he would have died a billionaire if he was born 60 years later. There was no money in recovery. Recovery was not a billion-dollar empire industry like it is today. And again, I'm not taking a judgment. That's just a fact. Recovery is a billion-dollar empire. AA does not align with anybody or affiliate. It doesn't affiliate with recovery houses. It doesn't affiliate with clubhouses. We might meet in a clubhouse, but we're a tenant. We have to be very careful with people speaking at conventions and large AA events. I have a whole collection of recovery coaches and life coach business cards that people have sent me that were handed out in AA meetings. AA is sacred. I don't care what you do for a living. Your business card should stay in the car. This is not a way to establish a brand, build an empire. But there's no doubt that AA members who work in some of these other organizations have realized that AA is a good, fertile place to advertise, is a good, fertile place to drum up business. We just have to make sure, I think our responsibility is to make sure to the newcomer that the newcomer understands what's AA and what's not. I didn't really realize a lot of this, truthfully, honestly, until 2015. I realized how bad it got. And I'll tell you why, is because I moved. And so when I moved, I got anonymity back, right? So I went from leaving one place where if you were a young guy between 16 and 25, yeah, you're not going to talk to me because I'm going to tell you you're full of it, and not be afraid to hurt your feelings and be more worried about saving your life. But that, so you don't talk to me, which makes my life easy. When I moved, no one knew what I would say. So, I'd talk to a lot of guys outside this meeting. And I just started to realize, like, I asked one guy, what's your home group? And he said, oh, it's the Thursday night meeting at the house. And I was like, what house? He said, oh, the house I live in. I live in this recovery house. We have a meeting on Thursday nights. I said, it's awesome that your recovery house has a meeting on Thursday nights, but that's not a home group. Like, the purpose of recovery houses, which I'm all in favor of, but their purpose is to provide this 3 basics of life: food, shelter, clothes, and let an individual, man or woman, develop a foundation in a 12-step fellowship. That's their recovery, that's their purpose. But when I see signs in AA, or I see drivers of certain vehicles who are, and then I had a sponsee who I met when he was in high school when I lived in New Jersey. And I met him, he was 17 years old, a junior. And he went off to college in South Florida. And I remember when he told me that, because he had, he was a young, sharp kid who had the solution and could communicate it. And a couple of people who worked in the industry realized, oh, wow, this kid, he'll get us some business. And they offered him like $100 referral fees if he got somebody to move into their recovery house. And like, I'm thinking, like, when I was 18, $100 would have been like $1 billion. Like $100 when I was getting sober and had nothing, like, oh my God. But I think we have to be very careful. Like, we have to respect the outside world, but yet not be afraid to ask them to respect our world and to keep it outside. And that's a very difficult challenge in Alcoholics Anonymous today. It's like teaching somebody, my meeting meets at a clubhouse. I have the talk all the time with new people about that the clubhouse is not Alcoholics Anonymous. Like, I love the Oasis Club. I'm glad it's there. It serves a useful purpose to a lot of 12-step groups, but it's not AA. AA is the group that meets there and pays rent to the clubhouse. Announcements and meetings becomes, I know some groups say non-AA announcements. I guess that's better than letting announcements happen that people think are AA so that the newcomer doesn't understand. But we have to be careful with announcements. We stick to AA related activities. Clubhouses, it's funny here how it says, AA managers are preferred. We have to remember that this was written when there was only 2 12-step fellowships. The third was about to start. But when this was written, AA and Al-Anon were the only 12-step fellowships. NA wasn't even on the scene yet. So when it says AA managers are usually preferred, that's why. Today, clubhouses, we hope that they let multiple 12-step fellowships meet there. And maybe it's someone in another fellowship that's the manager. There is something interesting. It says here, I want to point this out in Traditions Illustrated. And there's a picture of a guy trying to wear 2 hats in the Traditions Illustrated. But it says here, therefore, it is proved wise to keep the operation of any facility completely separate from any AA group, and to keep terms like AA or terms like 12th step out of the name. And that's another thing, we don't sell the 12 steps. Either you're a medical facility and you're giving somebody clinically proven medicine, but we don't sell the 12 steps. What seems to be happening now is this kind of this growth of recovery houses that are appearing all over the country, where they have AA members bring meetings in, and the members there go to AA meetings or other fellowships outside. But affiliation also can happen in a lot of ways. It can happen with somebody's business. It can happen with where you meet. It can happen with sometimes a minister or a rabbi wants to talk to your home group for like 2 minutes, and it's supposed to be he wants to thank you for meeting there and it all of a sudden becomes a membership pitch. Like, we don't do that either. You know, we pay rent so that we can be treated as a tenant like anybody else. We don't want to owe any priest or rabbi or minister or anything, and we don't want to be promising them members. In Alcoholics Anonymous, we still don't own our office. You know, we pay rent. We consider that considerable property, and we stay away from that. And I'll talk in the seventh tradition, but we're very careful about amounts of money and where we take money from and where we don't take money from. The other thing is names. This has a lot to do with our guidelines on names of groups. We don't name groups after buildings or churches or AA members, including Bill or Dr. Bob today. You would not be able to register a new group with the name Bill W. or Dr. Bob in it. It's across the board, everybody. No groups named after an AA member. Because what happens? It becomes the St. Mark's meeting, or it becomes this meeting, or it becomes that meeting, when it's really not. So we stay away from combining any names inside the name of the group, the actual group. Any questions on Tradition 6? Yes. Right. No, I get it. Like I said, AA is an odd place. We have some people in AA who don't want to do a thing ever. And we have other people who want 11 jobs at the same time, right? That's just who we are as an organization. And it takes a lot of internal kind of self-examination. Don't have jobs that are conflicts. If you are the treasurer or the business agent of a clubhouse, you should not be the officer of a group that meets there. Now, are you going to tell me, Billy, is that written in NAA literature? I'm going to tell you no. But I know it's good old damn common sense that unfortunately sometimes it's not common in Alcoholics Anonymous. But, you know, you just don't do it. I myself went to a district meeting once and realized that the treasurer of the district was also the treasurer of this clubhouse and writing a check basically to himself. Even though it's different names, but basically one person sitting here writing a check to, the other person sitting here cashing the check from. Like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong in that situation. A lot of things. So I think, you know, sometimes people ask me, should I be on the intergroup steering committee and a district chair or whatever else? And I say, you know what? It might be better to do one thing at a time. That might be the best plan of action, because at the end of the day, you want to be able to be loyal to the conscience that you're serving. And if you have two consciences you're serving, that makes it very difficult. But that's tell the person, I don't think a good idea. No. Are any traditions being violated when you have a meeting in a recovery house? No. You could have a meeting in the most sordid place on earth, according to the big book. Meet wherever you want to meet. Don't be affiliated with them. Be a separate Alcoholics Anonymous entity. Now, if a recovery house has a meeting there, that's great, but they're having an AA meeting that's probably not listed in the directory, I would think. So, yes. Yeah, you're bringing in a panel, call it what you want. You're bringing in a message of hope and recovery from AA to their residents. Usually not. Now, the pandemic has brought some challenges to AA. I'll give you a couple. People using the chat to sell things to people. Like a young woman goes to a women's meeting, childhood trauma, sexual trauma becomes a discussion. She shares, all of a sudden somebody in the chat reaches out to her and wants to sell them her trauma workbook and recovery program. So we have that can happen. Another thing that's happened is, again, I'm not anti-treatment, I'm not anti-intensive outpatient, but some treatment centers or people in the treatment business have listed meetings that are really kind of IOP or therapy sessions of the treatment center, but have gotten it listed as a meeting and try to approach new people who come there and then try to get them registered into that IOP. So there's all kinds of challenges around, but that's why it's important that we let newcomers know what AA is and what AA is not. Most often, it's more important to tell them what AA is not. I mean, that's usually the more important list. Any other questions? Tradition 7. The AA groups themselves ought to be fully self-supporting by the voluntary contributions of their own members. We think each group should as soon achieve this ideal, that any public solicitation of funds using the name of Alcoholics Anonymous is highly dangerous, whether by groups, hospitals, or other outside agencies, that acceptance of large gifts from any source or of contributions carrying any obligation, whatever, is unwise. Then too, we would view with much concern those AA treasuries which continue beyond prudent reserves to accumulate funds for no stated AA purpose. Experience has often warned us that nothing can so surely destroy our spiritual heritage as futile disputes over property, money, and authority. So what I would point out there is that in that first line, it's THEIR, not THERE. It says voluntary groups themselves ought to be fully self-supporting by the voluntary contributions of their own members. People ask me sometimes, should we say $2 everybody? Should we say $3 everybody? No, I hate those suggestions. The best thing that we could do is give 75% of our money just to our home group. Stop putting money in all those meeting baskets you're going to. And by stop, I don't mean nothing, but not even. Like, I was put through that exercise at one time in my life, and when people ask me about it now, I give them the same exercise I was given, and it's very simple. Take one calendar month. I don't care if you go to a meeting a week, 5 meetings a week, 10, not my business, but take one calendar month. Keep track of every AA basket that you put money in. Add the total. I don't care what the total is. Divide it by the total amount of meetings you went to, and see what percentage you are giving to all the other meetings and what percentage you're giving to your home group. And most people who take a look at that will see that they are not taking care of their home group, that they are taking care of everybody else except their home group. And this is one thing I love about the pandemic and electronic contributions. Because again, AA was so behind on this. This allows us to make, we don't have to put money in the basket when it comes by. We could put once a month to my home group if I want, twice a month. Makes it very simple. AA is the only place. You ever go to, I know the guy with the restaurant left, but I remember one time I was at a board meeting for AA, and like I said, you remember that Italian restaurant we went to last night in New York City? Remember it had like a glass door and you couldn't even see in it because it had a sticker for every single type of payment they accepted. Diners Club, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, Discover, right? Not AA. Every other business, they just want you to give them money. They don't care how you do it. Not us. We'll take a check or cash in 2019 and 20. Totally unrealistic. The pandemic has helped that with a lot of groups, and I'm not even talking virtual groups, I'm talking in-person groups that now have electronic means. The way I like to look at it is this. My parents weren't the greatest, not the worst, not the greatest. But somehow or another, everybody taught them when they grew up that when you go to somebody's house, you bring something. I don't know where they learned that from. Totally old school, Depression era Irish. Like if you go visit somebody, you bring something. For my mother, that meant either flowers or an Entenmann's cake, if you know what Entenmann's is. My mother would even go to the Entenmann's thrift store to get the late cake dates that were expired, right? For my dad, it meant alcohol. Like you go to somebody's house, thank you, here you go. And I say, if you stop by my house and you brought me something, I would just say thank you. And if you offered to clean a dish or two on the way out, okay, great. But I would not give you a bill for like 1/30th of the mortgage. Like that's my responsibility. And I would not give you a bill for the electricity and the lighting. And if you went in my pool, I wouldn't give you a water bill. Like it's my home. Those are my responsibilities. So when I go to someone else's meeting or group, when I put $2 or whatever I put in the basket, to me, that's my Entenmann's cake from my mother. That's my 6-pack of beer from my dad, whatever. I'm being a decent guest. But for my home group, I need to make sure that we can pay our bills with the members here. I mean, the math doesn't work, just so everybody knows. The math is about, I don't know, the math stopped working sometime in 1998. And when I say the math stopped working, what I mean by that is the average registered group cannot afford to fully reimburse its GSR to attend an assembly for whatever times a year. That's when the math stopped working. If we would have asked every group to fund one person to 100% attend their area assemblies, that money does not exist in the AA ecosystem right now. We have way, way too many groups. And what does it mean for a group to be self-supporting? You know, I think one of the things that assemblies need to start doing, and I'm talking loud about it, is they need to be able to tell a new group or a group what's the average cost to have a GSR. Like if you want me to decide whether to be a meeting or a group, and if AA service is not supposed to depend on economic or social position, then how much does it cost to have a GSR in the area that you live in? Maybe you're an area that has weekend assemblies. Maybe you're an area that has just one-day assemblies. Maybe you're an area that meets 6 times a year or 4 times a year. But at the end of the day, if you're starting a group, shouldn't the cost to have a fully self-supporting GSR be part of the cost, just like rent, just like coins, just like your anniversary cake? We're not supposed to expect people to do AA service with their own money. If you're serving a group or district in an area, anybody's supposed to be able to do that regardless of socioeconomic conditions. And the truth is, in most areas today, nobody's willing to tell them that. In the area that I live in now, the best I can assess, it's over $1,200. 4 weekend assemblies, sometimes 6 hours of driving, 5 hours of driving, 4 hours of driving, a banquet on Saturday night. The best I can assess, it's like $1,200. But how many groups can really afford that? And so we definitely have a math problem when it comes to Alcoholics Anonymous and participation. And I would love to, I would love the day when somebody wants to start a new group that they could call their area chair and say, how much is it going to cost for me to have a GSR? So I can fit that into our little budget as a group. As far as AA as a whole, you can give 5,000 a year. That's it. That's how we embrace this tradition. Doesn't matter who you are, how much money you have. You can send the General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous $5,000 each year. When you die, you can send 10 once. You have a question? Well, I think, as I learned about this tradition, I was on a young people's committee, and we were having a international young people's convention in Times Square when I was young, and we had a lot of money. We were holding dances on the Circle Line with a DJ every Saturday night. We had tons of dough. And so we decided that since it was in Times Square, should we take $7,000 and buy a neon like Times Square sign for the room that the meeting and the dance would be in that said 36 Dicky Pop. And, I remember the delegate came to talk to us, and in a good way, not like in a demeaning way at all, but he told us how many softcover big books we could send into correctional facilities for that $7,000. He told us how many months of the electric bill at New York Intergroup could keep it going. He gave us some other ideas about spending that money for AA related purposes. But I had a home group that was going to go out of business at one point, and we were going to have a dance too. And I remember when he told me, your group just needs to end. Like, that sounds harsh. But instead, people don't want to end groups. Instead, you're sitting at a meeting and you hear someone else say, so-and-so group needs support. Well, what does that mean? What kind of support? Usually means financial. I mean, probably one of the worst statements in AA is a resentment in a coffee pot, because the math doesn't work. I'm guessing I'm not the only one divorced in this room. It's AA, but I'm just a good guess, right? But here's my math. If you're not a math person, take this example of splitting an AA group into two. Go talk to somebody you know who's divorced. Ask them about their economy pre and post divorce, as far as having one place to live and now two. Okay? Having two groups of food to buy. Like, when we split groups, the money doesn't just mysteriously appear. We have half the people for the same amount of the bills. It's crazy. The same amount of the bills in two places. And that's why the AA economy has just been ripped apart. We don't talk about it, but it's fundamentally a math problem that we've divided and conquered so much that there's now not enough money in enough of those one baskets for people to be fully self-supporting. And that people believe that everybody should pay your group's expenses, not the members. Whereas the long form of the tradition is like, yeah, we'll take a couple extra dollars. That's nice. It's your Entenmann's cake you gave us. You're a good guest, but we, for the most part, take care of paying for this group. Take your time. Yeah, I think you would see versions of that all over the country. And I'm not here to say that that's right or wrong, but it sounds like it's mostly meetings and not groups. I'm more concerned that we have active groups with an active GSR who is bringing the information back to those groups, and those groups are given that GSR the time to actually report. I mean, I don't know what's more heartbreaking. A group that doesn't have a GSR, or what about this? The group that has a GSR fully funds the GSR, but doesn't give the GSR adequate time to report back what's going on in AA. I mean, that happens all the time. It's almost like GSR has become like an extra position. Like you can take it and you don't really have to do the work. And I think the one thing that the preamble and the plain language big book have done is it's woken up people with double-digit sobriety. I see more GSRs with over 10 years now than I have ever seen before in my life, in my sobriety. More GSRs. It used to be I would see the average person who had 2 years, 3 years, and their group told them to do it, but nope. Now with the plain language big book and things with COVID and the preamble, I actually see where really active, strong group members are becoming GSRs. And I think that's a definite trend in a positive direction. Yes. Yes. Yeah, let them know that loud. Yeah. The question was, if there's a lot of people in her group who are concerned about the preamble, can she let them know that if they had a GSR who had been going to assemblies and reporting back, this wouldn't have been new news? I mean, I remember when that vote happened. I remember telling someone 2 weeks before, I said, I know the calls I'm going to get after this conference. I'm going to get 1 million calls about the preamble. And what's going to be the most heartbreaking is how many of them are going to tell me they had no idea this was happening. And I'm going to have to tell them, how's that possible? Then you're telling me you had no GSR or you don't go to your business meetings? Now, I think we've overcomplicated things. Does every group need a GSR report every month? I don't know. We definitely need one quarterly. I'd much rather have real one. We give the GSR time to speak than 12 where they're expected to be done in 2 minutes. I know that. So we'll see. But like someone here who's active in service in South Carolina told me, the assembly is bigger than ever, which tells me that those two issues are really driving people back to service, which is good. The other thing I would say that, and again, for anybody who's a group member who's concerned about finances, is I always say go to 2001, because 2001 or 2000, by 2000, most areas and districts in AA were using some kind of electronic computer system, even if it was the discs. The secretary was doing minutes on a laptop or a word processor, and they were being saved somewhere, even if you have to get a stack of discs, the old square discs. The early 90s, there was still a lot of not happening. But what I tell people a lot is this: go back to your 2000 assembly. Take a look at the agenda. What day was it on? What time did it start? Is the agenda in the exact same order it was 20 years ago? Because what we would call that in the business world is bankrupt, out of business, complete failure. Like, what assembly will work in 2023 is not the same assembly that would work in 2020, and not the same assembly that would work in 1985. Like, we still have district meetings and assemblies that are exactly the same as they were 40 years ago. And that's not progress of any kind. And that's another place where I see Zoom actually helping. Like, maybe if your district meetings are every month, every other month could be online or it could be hybrid. I'm not saying it has to be, but there are ways to get more participation, but we cannot stay doing things the exact same way we've done them all the time. That just is a recipe for disaster. Yes. Great question. How risky is it to have the group's money in one of the members' personal check accounts. So let's say this. I would need a lot of time to explain probably every treasury system of every AA group ever, right? Like we have personal bank accounts, we have sock drawer, we have envelope in the glove compartment of the car. We have so many systems. There may be a reason for it. So I don't want to put down anybody that's doing it. If it's a smaller group and the headache to get, a lot of people don't realize this, but for anybody that's like a fourth edition version of an AA member, but since 9/11, things changed about bank accounts. We can't, I'm not taking an issue on the outside world. Before 9/11 and the Patriot Act, you could walk down to your local bank. You could tell them you just started a group called the Day at a Time group. This is your home address. This is my social security number. And they would open you a bank account. It was so simple until they had this truth in money source law and all this other stuff. And today it's not that easy. So I don't think there's anything inherently wrong, but it would matter how big the group is, right? So then it's like using personal Venmo. But I mean, you have to be careful. The group should make that decision though, not the individual. Yes. There's not. If you want to get a bank account in the United States of America, social security number or what we call an FEIN, you have to have a tax identification number. Doesn't matter. I know it's bad news, but that's just the rules. There is a, I'm not going to endorse him, but I think it's very, or her, or whoever they are, but there is an organization in Arizona, a nonprofit that serves like clubhouses serve AA groups, that serve all 12-step groups who don't have bank accounts, who has a master bank account who segregates funds for you and lets you pay your bills out of there. It's pretty interesting. Again, I'm not endorsing them. I just thought it's very interesting that they've been able to, much like a clubhouse, they've found a way to handle the finances of AA groups that can't have bank accounts. Any other questions? We do take this super serious. I have personally returned a $150,000 check to a lawyer who sent it to the General Service Office. It came from the estate of a woman who was not an AA member. Her husband had died first, but then it was her money. And she wanted to give it after she died, but we don't take that. We don't take revolving trusts. We don't take anything like that. And at the General Service Board, we don't take money from clubhouses. I know some districts, areas, and intergroups have a different rule about that. But at the General Service Board, no money from clubhouses, only money from groups or meetings that meet at clubhouses. Okay. Anybody want to take a 10-minute break? And then we'll only come back for like 40 minutes and we'll be done. Okay. Alcoholics Anonymous should. All good? Alcoholics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional. We define professionalism as the occupation of counseling alcoholics for fee or hire. But we may employ alcoholics where they're going to perform those services for which we might otherwise have to engage non-alcoholics. Such special services may be well recompensed, but our usual AA 12-step work is never to be paid for. So we don't counsel people in AA. That's it, period, end of subject. We define professionalism as the occupation of counseling alcoholics for fee or hire. Now, if you have found a way in your mind to, I don't know, think sober coaching is different than sponsorship or whatever, fine. I can't find a difference. I don't understand what that is. I'm glad that when Bill W. left Towns Hospital, he did not have a sober coach for sure. But inside Alcoholics Anonymous, if you're a counselor, an LCAD, an MSW, whatever else, just keep it outside of AA. We do hire employees for intergroups sometimes. We have over 90 employees at the General Service Office in New York. About 73 of those 90, we don't care what they are. They could be alcoholic. They could be non-alcoholic. They could be alcoholic sober. They could be alcoholic worthy of membership. But for those 73 employees, we just don't care. It's none of our business. It's not part of their job requirement. They're there as an IT person, finance person, whatever. For the 20 or so in the AA Grapevine and General Service Office who have to be an alcoholic, we call those special workers. That's where it says we get that from such special services. Those are alcoholic members of AA that have to be an alcoholic member of AA for the position they have at the General Service Office or AA Grapevine. But they are not paid to do 12-step work, and they are not allowed to do 12-step work while working. They are paid to have a job. In fact, somebody I know called there one day to get a problem solved, get some information. And they were on the phone with a woman I know, Mary, who's retired now, but when they were saying goodbye to each other, the person I know said to Mary, "Thank you for your service." And Mary stopped her in her tracks. Said, "Whoa, hold up there. This isn't my service. Like I do my service at my home group. Like I work here. I'm paid to do a job here. We facilitate 12-step work as special workers. We don't do 12-step work if you are a special worker." This other part, such special services may be well recompensed. Unfortunately, alcoholics as a group get cheap. Everybody wants to question how much we're paying everybody in New York. I can assure you, as someone who has had his name listed on that tax return many times and never been paid a dime as a board member, but as somebody who has been well aware of what everybody gets paid there, nobody's becoming a millionaire working there. Nobody's overpaid. Most of the 20 who are AA staff members have moved there from a part of the country that was much less cost of living. And we should pay them fairly. We want the best and the brightest working for us up there. It's important, though, for the newcomer to understand that everybody in AA meeting is equal. No counselors, no first class, no second class. Any questions about Tradition 8? Okay. Tradition 9 is another long one. So each AA group needs the least possible rotation. Rotating leadership is the best. The small group may elect its secretary, the large group its rotating committee, and its groups of the large metropolitan area, their central or intergroup committee, which often employs a full-time secretary. The trustees of the General Service Board are in effect our General Service Committee. They are the custodians of our AA tradition and the receivers of the voluntary AA contributions by which we maintain our AA General Service Office at New York. They are authorized by the groups to handle our overall public relations, and they guarantee the integrity of our principal newspaper, the AA Grapevine. All such representatives are to be guided in the spirit of service, for true leaders in AA are but trusted and experienced servants of the whole. They derive no real authority from their titles. They do not govern. Universal respect is the key to their usefulness. So let's just talk about this rotating leadership. I get this question all the time, or I hear it. I've been the treasurer because no one else will do it. I hear that. I've been the GSR because no one else will do it. So there is a spiritual principle that goes like this. You can't fill a filled position. It's very simple. You can't fill a filled position. Let it go empty. Let it go empty. If it's really needed, someone will stand up. Now, if you tell me that, like, what did I just talk to somebody in Zion National Park? Is that in Utah? Somewhere near there? Their home group has like 6 regular members. So if you have 6 regular members in a town that has like 30 members, and you need to rotate every couple of years being GSR again and being chair of the group again, being the greeter again, great. It makes perfect practical sense. If you're like me and live in the rest of where we all live, yeah, there's no reason to do something over again. It's just not there. And, you know, the sad thing about the GSR position is that maybe no one will step up and fill it. But I can assure you this, the person who opens up your building, the person who has the keys, yeah, let that position not be filled for like 3 weeks. And you're all out in the parking lot. Someone is going to step up. If you're used to having coffee at your meetings and for 3 or 4 weeks in a row you have no coffee, I assure you someone's going to step up. But the ego of staying in place only prevents others from having to get out of their comfort zone and stepping up and do it. It says here, the trustees of the General Service Board are in effect our General Service Committee. They're the custodians. That means that your money gets sent in to the trustees, to the General Service Board. They receive it. 21 people, 14 alcoholic, 7 non-alcoholic. They decide the budget. They disperse the funds. They give it to the paid office staff to carry out. But the trustees are the ones overall fiduciarily responsible for that money. They're also responsible for the integrity of the Grapevine. People complain about the Grapevine to me all the time. I'm like, talk to your trustee. I don't know what to tell you. Now, in the short form, as I said earlier, it does say AA as such should never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees. Yeah, at the service level, we're pretty organized. Some might say over-organized, but we're organized. The last year I served at GSO, I was the chair of the AA World Services Board. I was on the compensation committee, the audit committee, the retirement committee, the nominating committee, and a couple others that are not coming to mind right now. That's very organized. But on the front lines, after that comma, AA comma as such, yeah. It should look like the crazy AA collection to the average. You know, like I heard an old, you know, sometimes I think the best AA for the newcomer is where it looks like a bar except for a jukebox and a keg, right? But everything else, you're like, wow, this looks very familiar. Like I got sober at Midnight Madness in New York City, and you know, it's midnight every night in New York City, and but we have enough structure to keep it going without going over the top. I mean, that's what this is trying to say. The other thing I just want to mention, they derive no real authority from their titles. Yeah, titles in AA don't mean anything. They're job descriptions. We really have job descriptions in AA, not titles. It does say there, the trustees are authorized to handle our overall public relations, which I'm going to get to very soon. But any questions about Tradition 9? Yes. I said that the General Service Board is 21 people, 14 alcoholic, 7 non-alcoholic. And the trustees are responsible through their finance and budget committee to approve the budget at GSO. Yes. You're welcome. What'd you say? Yes. There are professional organizations. Yes, that does not surprise me. That does not surprise me at all. The question is about people getting paid to go to recovery houses and take people through the steps. Yeah, we don't get paid for 12-step work. And by the way, taking people through the steps, I don't need to give a lecture on state law, but some of these people are just so out there regarding what treatment centers and other places are supposed to be doing and legally licensed to do. But no, we should not be, as AA members, accepting money to take people through the steps. If they were paid to be a tech and count beds at night, fine. If they were paid to like be an admissions counselor and do all the paperwork to get someone in a treatment center, great. But if they're being paid to be an AA member and take someone through the steps, not okay. But it never surprises me, like I said before. When someone says you'll be surprised, I am not surprised that some enterprising person in Alcoholics Anonymous has figured out a way now to sell this service. Okay, let's go to tradition 10. No AA group or member should in ever way implicate AA, express any opinion on outside controversial issues, particularly those of politics, alcohol reform, or sectarian religion. The Alcoholics Anonymous group opposes no one concerning such matters. They can express no groups whatsoever, no views whatsoever. So we're almost in election season again, unfortunately. Another spiritual bottom for Alcoholics Anonymous. And I don't mean about the election. I mean about our behavior regarding the election. Like if you tell me that you picked up your son at 3:30 and drove him to Little League, and you picked up your daughter at 4 o'clock and drove her to dance, and went home and tried to make food while the two of them are there, and then picked them up and then fed them, and then ran out to your home group and forgot you had a t-shirt, a hat on that had some kind of political slogan, I would be like, okay, no big deal. But if you're going to a meeting or a group every week wearing a hat or a shirt with a political slogan or a candidate, you're not helping us at all. You're way, way over the line. I don't care how far left or right or in the middle you are in politics. We don't do that. It's not okay. It doesn't belong in Alcoholics Anonymous. It has no business here. We should not be sharing about it. We should not be doing anything like that. This is the red flashing stop sign. Politics, alcohol reform, and sectarian religion. We need to stay away from the three. We need to stay away from all outside issues, but these three, I already told you the story about the debate, you know, and I've been to some, unfortunately, some places where, and again, I'm not picking on either side or the middle. I'm picking on everybody, is we just don't need it in Alcoholics Anonymous. It was bad during the last election, presidency election. It was bad during the midterms weren't that. The Supreme Court confirmation was a disaster at a couple of meetings I went to where people they needed to share their daily, you know, and again, it comes from stuff, you know, I don't want to pick on the outside world, but I don't believe in triggers. So shoot me, you know, I don't know what a trigger is, you know? I mean, I know the outside world is just amazed with this word, you know? I spoke on a panel a couple of years ago, and the professional next to me had a trigger sheet for when they release someone from their facility. And I was like, do you have on there, whatever you do, don't have a perfect day with not a cloud on the horizon? Because like that's a trigger for me, according to my book. Like it could be a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. Like, you know, we need to keep all this stuff outside of Alcoholics Anonymous. If the outside world wants to embrace it, that's great. But same thing with religions. And by the way, I don't want to be unfair. Saying things like recovering Catholic is disrespectful. Has no business in Alcoholics Anonymous. Taking positions against people who are agnostics or atheists. Like, do it on your own time in a coffee shop. Has no business in Alcoholics Anonymous. On the other hand, taking positions against people that are devoutly religious has no place in Alcoholics Anonymous. We just leave it alone. Now, if you want to talk about God or your own spiritual journey, have at it. But we leave the outside subjects outside. And I've heard it. I've heard the good book and the big book meetings. Well, that sounds to be disastrous right from the start to me. Like I don't even need to go to the meeting, and it sounds like one big traditions violation. And I'm not saying the Bible is not good. I'm just saying it does not belong in Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay, question number one. At the King Street meeting, didn't Dr. Bob use the Bible? Yes, because there was no big book. Okay. Yes. Okay. And the traditions weren't written, and we hadn't almost run AA into the ground like the Oxford group did with themselves. I mean, if anybody doesn't know how the Oxford group went away, please read the history. Please. I'm not even going to say it for the podium because it gets taken out of context too often. They thought they could help everybody. Then they aligned themselves with someone they should have never aligned themselves with. And then it was all over the paper. Yeah, not good. We don't do those things. And yes, I do think that a pin or a t-shirt or a baseball hat is too much. And if you need to drive into the parking lot of your meeting, I mean, do you really need to have one of those big flags on your car with the candidate you're voting for? I'm not sure. To me, it's about sacrifice. The newcomer is more important. The newcomer needs to know that they're safe. And the newcomer needs to know that, you know, social media comes into effect here. I saw, unfortunately, I saw a trustee and then a delegate and then another delegate. The last presidential election was brutal. But they all wrote a version of the same thing. And this is just in general public Facebook. I will not talk to anybody who voted for that person, period. Now, as an individual, anybody has the right to say that. But do you really mean what you wrote if you're a delegate? Like, does that mean if you're at the assembly and you know I voted for that person, that you're not going to talk to me? Is that what that means? Does that mean if I want to, you know, become a GSR or a DCM and I need your help or mentorship, does that mean that you're really not going to talk to me because I voted differently than you? If that is what you mean, then maybe, I don't know, have a special list that excludes everyone from AA. I don't know, because the newcomer doesn't know what you mean. The newcomer just thinks you mean what you just said, that you won't talk to anybody. And that just seems a little extreme, you know. And, you know, I was talking to someone else about service a couple of years ago right after the election. And, you know, they had just called their delegate and then they called me because they were having difficulty with the person. And when they called their delegate's response was, well, you know who they voted for, right? And I'm thinking, like, it has no business in Alcoholics Anonymous. And unfortunately, like I said, we don't want AA to get like the outside world. The outside world is so polarized, extreme. I just don't want it. We just have to be very careful. We don't give responses at the General Service Office. It's kind of interesting when you serve there for a while, like I did, and you get to know the people who work the public information desk. It's like people think we're going to change this policy. Like the same reporter from the same newspaper will call one week and say, hey, so-and-so just got caught with a gun in the car, and, you know, some famous actor or celebrity. What do you think? Yeah, we don't comment on that. And then 2 weeks later, the same reporter will call back and say, you know, Harvard just released a thing about binge drinking. What do you think? Well, I know you're going to find this shocking, but 80 years later, nope. In the last 2 weeks, we just don't give an opinion on anything. We don't have an opinion on any outside issue. We stay in our lane. And in today's world, staying in your lane is really not very popular. It's actually popular to swim over into the other line as much as you can. But this has kept us out of a lot of trouble. It really has kept us out of a lot of trouble. So Tradition 11, and I love the long form because people think this is our anonymity policy. It's not. It's our public relations policy. Tradition 11 says, our relations with the general public should be characterized by personal anonymity. We think AA ought to avoid sensational advertising. Our names and pictures as AA members ought not be broadcast, filmed, or publicly printed. Our public relations should be guided by the principle of attraction rather than promotion. There is never need to praise ourselves. We feel it better to let our friends recommend us. So I want to break down a couple of these easy. Number one, it is okay to promote Alcoholics Anonymous inside Alcoholics Anonymous. That's like urban myth number one when it comes to the 11th tradition. Like you're trying to promote some AA event and somebody's like, oh, attraction. No, that's for the outside world. That's our public relations policy, not our internal communications policy. Our internal communications policy is we want to shout from the rooftops to everybody in AA to let them know what's going on in AA. When we say we think we ought to avoid sensational advertising, that means this. Anyone here ever see a PSA on TV, a public service announcement for AA on TV? Couple. Anyone here ever see a billboard that an AA service entity put up? Okay. Okay. And our billboards usually say something like, if you have a drinking problem, that's your business. If you want to stop, that's our business, right? Some innocuous kind of easy statement. Whereas you ever pass some of the organizations for drunk driving's billboards? 5 pictures of students killed by a drunk driver, a crash car. That's sensational advertising. We don't do this. Our public service announcements that are on TV, they're usually general in nature, maybe showing somebody drinking and not much more. Somebody said, do we have different traditions for different countries? Some of the other countries, if you saw the PSAs in London and Australia, their definition of sensational advertising a little different than ours. You know, we don't allow the head in the toilet puking, coming in all night drinking, right? They somehow are okay with that, right? But we stay away from sensational advertising. We stay away from saying that you're a member of AA in public at the level of press, radio, and film, internet, other media. That means no face, no last name. By the way, last name without a face or face with a last initial is still NG, still no good. I sometimes laugh when I see that. A picture, and then it says like Paul S. Wait a minute. Yeah, no pictures, no last names. We don't do that. if you're going to identify yourself as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, we don't own the word alcoholic. You want to tell people you're an alcoholic, that's your business. You want to go on the radio or TV and tell people you're an alcoholic, that is not a traditions violation whatsoever. It's when you say you're a member of AA. I hear people say that they're a member of a 12-step fellowship after they just told somebody they have a drinking problem. I'm like, I don't know. It sounds like that you went to AA then. If you're a member of a 12-step fellowship, then you have a drinking problem. But we stay away from that. We stay away from any personal posthumously. We don't use people's last names that have died. People ask me this question all the time, obituaries. Obituaries, we have a very clear policy on. It is up to the family if they want to talk about the person being a member of AA. It's none of our business. We, as AA, never break someone's anonymity, even posthumously. And we have a policy on the, I could send it to you, on the posthumous policy on the co-founders, Bill and Bob. We've even changed that in the last 30 years. We do not comment or break the anonymity of any AA member. If a family got their dad or mother back and wants to write in his or her obituary, long-term member of Alcoholics Anonymous, I hear people sometimes put those people down, and I don't know, it breaks my heart. Like, it's up to the family. It's the family who has the ultimate control in that situation. That is not an AA issue. It's our issue if we want to break someone's name posthumously to get the family's permission. The internet, I could go on forever about this, but do we really need another Roman numeral on a Facebook wall, you know, as kind of code for an AA member celebrating an anniversary? Like, that's the new code. If it's Roman numeral, only people in AA will know. Do we really need another picture of somebody's sobriety coin on Facebook? What we really need is a class to teach people about settings and having a separate friends list for people in AA versus the whole public internet. That's would be much wiser. But the Facebook and other social media, they're a trap. And it's usually not the individual post. It's the aggregate of information. And I'll give you this example. I can't wait to stop flying for work. And I've been through all the stages, I feel, of a flyer. I've been through the no Wi-Fi, younger days stage. When Wi-Fi didn't even exist, no one even knew what it was. There was no such thing. I've been through the Wi-Fi at home, but not at the airport stage. I've been through the Wi-Fi in the airport club stage, but not on the plane. And now I am currently, oh no, then I went into the Wi-Fi on the plane, but not streaming Wi-Fi. And now I'm in the streaming Wi-Fi phase. But what I mean by that is, when I was in the club phase, if I posted I was traveling to Los Angeles, that's it. Checking in Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson Airport, that's it. And if you do that on Facebook, it automatically sends up a thing and says, where are you traveling to? LAX. Nothing about AA whatsoever. Then I'm on a plane for 6 hours with no Wi-Fi. And then I land. Billy, how long are you going to be in LA? Billy, going to a meeting tonight? Then 2 below that, what meeting are you guys going to tonight? Then 2 below that, I'm going to Hermosa Beach Men's Stag tonight. Then 2 below that, I'm going to Ohio Street. Like, I didn't even say anything about AA. And there it is. Same with anniversaries. Same with people that want to. I believe I've been able to help just as many people by not breaking my anonymity and breaking my anonymity. Most people in my industry, I've been in my industry a long time. everybody knows I don't drink. Not everybody needs to know why. You know, I try to tell newcomers that all the time. It's a big decision in your life. It's a big difference between someone knowing you don't drink and someone knowing why you don't drink. I actually work with a guy. He's 63 now. We were just joking about this 3 nights ago at dinner. He has never drank his entire life. He's actually been in the Masters twice, was on the tour for 4 years. He's never had a drink, a sip, nothing. He's never smoked a cigarette. Forget a joint. He's never even smoked a Marlboro, ever. Like, he's never smoked anything. He's never drank anything, nothing. Everyone knows he doesn't drink. Everyone knows I don't drink. Not everyone needs to know that the reason I don't drink is because I've drank enough for like 50 lives, right? I'm just in the category of I don't drink. But some people I've had to break my anonymity to, and I've had lots of people call me for help and all kinds of things. But on social media, the other thing, and I like to tie things to the big book. And to me, there's a big difference between being a heavy drinker and a real alcoholic. And if you're a real alcoholic, I don't believe that our DNA is wired in a way that we can handle being so famous for being sober. I do not believe the real alcoholic is wired that way. Like, I can't be famous for being sober. I have a real geeky expertise in the world, in the insurance world. I never wanted to be famous for that. But if that's what God has chosen me to be famous for, I wanted to play third base for the Yankees, right? But we don't want to be famous for being an alcoholic or a recovered alcoholic. There's plenty of ways that we can be helpful and still preserve our public relations policy. Which takes us to tradition 12, which says, and finally, we of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the principle of anonymity has an immense spiritual significance. It reminds us we are to place principles before personalities, that we are actually to practice a genuine humility. To this end, that our great blessings may never spoil us, that we shall forever live in thankful contemplation of Him who presides all over us. Now, I want to just read something. I had to charge my phone quickly. Bill W.'s comments. See, I believe in 12th tradition anonymity. It doesn't matter if it's the level of press, radio, and film. I don't need to brag about being a recovered alcoholic anywhere. Not unless there's a useful thing for me to do or help somebody, but not to brag or be rewarded. Inside AA Comes of Age, well, inside the Traditions Illustrated, they have a picture of a building here, which I guess is kind of like the 475 Riverside Drive GSO building. But on the side of it, it says anonymity, sacrificing perfect personal ambition for the common good. So that's what Tradition 12 and anonymity is really about. It's really about personal sacrifice. Probably the best thing written. Well, let me tell you what Bill said about this tradition, which is kind of, when you think about how important some of the other traditions are, it might be a little shocking, but they're his words, not mine. Let's see. Let's see, tradition 10. I'm going through AA Comes of Age now, so it's not numbered as well. Here we go. This is what Bill says. Tradition 12. As we have seen, anonymity is a protective mantle that covers our whole society, but it is more important than protection. It has another dimension, a spiritual significance. And this leads to tradition 12, which reads, anonymity is a spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. And then Bill says this, in my belief, The entire future of our fellowship hangs upon this vital principle. If we continue to be filled with the spirit and practice of anonymity, no shoal or reef can wreck us. If we forget this principle, the lid to Pandora's box will be ripped off, and the spirits of money, power, and prestige will be loosened among us. Obsessed by these evil genii, we might well flounder and break up. I devoutly believe this will never happen. The spirit of sacrifice and humility, Bernard Smith, again, the non-alcoholic I referred to earlier, he said something great in 1953. He said, let's talk about the concept of anonymity. I can remember when the reason for the name Alcoholics Anonymous was based on the fear of a human being to admit to the world that they had once been afflicted with alcoholism. Yet within a relatively short space of time, the word anonymity as a device to hide one's past as an alcoholic has disappeared. I know of no alcoholics in AA today who are not proud of their affiliation with the society. The concept of anonymity today means to all of us the humility that comes with the willingness to serve without hope of gain or recognition of reward. If only the rest of humanity could serve like this. And there's a couple of places that this shows up. And sometimes people get mad at me when I mention them, but it shows up. I have a flyer. I'm not using PowerPoint, but if I was, I would show you this flyer because I was speaking somewhere and the topic was William James and Carl Jung. And the flyer that somebody sent me, like in the bottom right-hand corner, it said, talking about the history of Carl Jung and William James. And then like top to bottom on the flyer, it said Billy N. And I had to call them and say, listen, if you keep this flyer, I'm not doing it. Like, my name is the least important part of this whole flyer. And I know people get mad at me because we want to sell convention seats and everything else. But really, the speaker and who it is should not be the primary driver of a flyer. We're not in a marketing campaign, and we have some great speakers out there in AA. I have no doubt about it. But we have to walk a fine line of not wanting to put, people on pedestals and, confusing this podium with a pedestal. It's a podium. It's not a pedestal. I'm not standing on a pedestal. I'm behind a podium. But that spirit of sacrifice and humility is super important when it comes to the 12th tradition, which for me means I really don't break my anonymity almost anywhere unless it's an individual one-on-one that I, happen to meet. There's a treatment center organization out there that has a facility that deals with what they advertise as a lot of C-suite executives. And a couple of years ago, they had called me to see if I would speak at the banquet at their alumni reunion. I did not go there. And I don't have anything. I'm a disastrous teenager. I don't know what it's like to go to treatment as a C-suite executive. But they asked me, since I currently was a C-suite executive, if I would speak there. And, after a couple of days, I called them back and I declined. And I just, I had to come to the decision after talking to a couple of people that I don't want to be the poster child in my industry of like some bad kid who wound up getting educated and wound up, having a prominent position in the corporate world. Like, that's not what I want to be known for. Like, I'm decent at what I do and I have a good career. But I don't want to be the poster child of like the alcoholic who made good, like just didn't want any part of that. I serve as the vice chair of the board of a really the largest. We feed 1 million meals a year and we house a bunch of people that have nowhere to go that need recovery services and deal with the homeless. And, I serve as the vice chair of that board and I'll become the chair of that board next year. And there's a lot of interplay sometimes with press and media, and I don't need to tell them I'm an alcoholic, You know, they don't need to know, like if they wonder in their mind why I spend so much time giving back to this organization, let them wonder. Maybe they'll donate some more money to the organization while they're wondering. But I don't need to like be in the front and claim like, oh my God, I became the vice chair of this board and I used to be homeless, because I treasure my Alcoholics Anonymous membership and don't want to use it as some kind of playing card or some kind of way to get extra fanfare or attention. And, even inside, you know, groups and districts and areas, we have to be very careful that we don't put people up on pedestals, that everyone's kind of on the same level, and that can be difficult. I've found it best, even when I have spoken for AA at a public thing, that the AA guidelines, speaking at non-AA meetings, are awesome. I don't know how many people here have seen them, but there's some guidelines out there about when you're out there speaking, and what I could tell you today about the world is, don't ask if there's anybody from the media there. They are. They are. And if they aren't, there's someone there who thinks they're in the media, who's really not in the media. And they are going to publish whatever you say or write. Like, you have to be very careful today. And I know there's people who believe that we got to fight the stigma and we got to tell everybody we have a problem. And it's just not true. I can tell you that I have had people call me at all times of the day who I know from my professional life, who have a husband in trouble, who have a wife in trouble, who have a son or daughter in trouble, who have a niece or nephew in trouble. And I've never had to break my anonymity at the public level. I've never had to do any of that. And I think that's from, good mentorship, good sponsorship, and learning from people. Like, I always think of this one time I got to this cocktail party late in Naples, Florida, and it was outside on like the putting green behind this hotel in Naples. And there were a lot of people there, and I went right off the plane, right to go there. And I remember the president of this large insurance company, he saw that I got there and he walked over and gave me a club soda and cranberry with a lime. And like, that might not be a big deal to a lot of other people, but like, so many people in the outside world want to like make people be scared that they can't have a career. You can't do this, you can't do that, you'll never be able to fit in here. That's just not my experience. My experience is that if you practice these principles, people will actually be, I find that people are very respectful. Actually, people are very enamored when they hear your story, if they actually get to know it personally, one-on-one, without shouting from the rooftops, without wanting a lot of accolades, without wanting any of this stuff. And unfortunately, it goes, these were written back in 1946. The way social media is today and the way influencers and everything else, everybody wants to be known for something. And I've found that the spirit of sacrifice is really the best way to go. So I have time for a question or two, and then we're going to get out of here. So does anybody have a question? Paul has my email. He can always get in touch with me or give you my email. Go ahead. Yeah, if I could have two, the question was about anonymity in the rooms. And if I could have, like, I would love to write the pamphlet, Social Grace and Etiquette for the Alcoholic, right? I'd love to write that pamphlet, right? If I could write a pamphlet about proper sharing, like, there's a lot of things, that happen in the AA world that not everybody hears about, but yeah, you share about yourself. You don't share about other people, even if they're in the room. It's not your business. It's not your place to share. And how about respecting the people that have to listen to what you have to say? How about that lady in Georgia? Poor lady, everybody roasted her alive, but There's a lot of people who attend AA meetings that are mandatory reporters of some kind of another. Does everybody understand what I mean when I say a mandatory reporter? Okay, it means that due to their occupation or a license they hold, they are under a separate duty of care for reporting certain situations that the rest of us are not. Teachers, social workers, law enforcement, certain first responders. And so somebody comes into an AA meeting and has to dump in front of this teacher who's sober, minding her own business, that they had inappropriate contact with a minor when their kids had a high school party. And because that teacher turned her in, even though it was said in an AA meeting, some people in AA are being hard on her. Like, what did she do wrong? She just wanted to stay sober and went to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. Some other person who nobody taught how to share in a general way and everything else. Like, we are not above the law in AA. We're just not. Paul from New York has been in, there's a couple of people from Westchester here. He was in a New York prison for a long, long time. He disclosed some details in an AA meeting that he shouldn't have disclosed. A couple of people couldn't live with it. They felt like they were living, covering up a murder. And what happened? They gave a tip. They got his fingerprints. He got convicted of a gruesome double murder. But like, when you talk about that, like anonymity for other people, I just think sharing in general, like, in most states, other AA members and sponsors don't have the protection that social workers and counselors and religious people have. We don't have that protection where we don't have to repeat it if we heard it. Some states are going in that direction, but yeah, we have to be very careful about how we share in meetings. We should be very careful. Any other questions? Awesome. I really want to thank everyone for coming here today. It was my absolute privilege to be here. I really thank you. But I have one more thing to say. Am I still being recorded? No, keep it on. Do not take someone through the big book anymore without taking them through the traditions after you're done. Don't pollute the rest of Alcoholics Anonymous. Don't send some one legacy on fire like I was, who wants to tell everybody else in the world they have AA light. My home group has the real AA that the first 100 had. Take them through the traditions. People say, how can we improve this? It's not by having more traditions workshops. It's by individual one-on-one, after you're done taking someone through the big book, taking them through the 12 traditions. Thanks. Ready, Finnegan?